Hold on. Waiting here for a quorum this morning. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we have about 8 delegates on the line. Good morning, everyone. Got a.
This is Eugenio.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good
Morning, Chairman Henio. Good morning, Honorable Paul Begay's on here. Honorable Paul Begay's with me here in the chambers this morning. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, good morning. Good morning, Chairman Nez.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Charlene So. I see you on the line there. Good morning, Honorable
Good
Stewart.
morning, Suzanne.
Oh. Morning,
Good
Honorable
morning,
Stewart.
good morning, Tila. Jashnaka, Zara, good morning.
Oh.
Participating also in the Red Lake chapter meeting this morning. So I have both
Okay.
computers on.
Is your mom there with you?
Yes, Tila, she's right here.
Oh, tell her good morning from all of us.
Yat Esh Yash.
Yat Esh Shama.
Yash and all the council delegates.
Oh,
Good morning and take care of yourselves.
thank you.
I think about all of you.
Good morning again, everyone. Just as an announcement too as well, I know that there's requests to have meetings as early as tomorrow, committee meetings and task force meetings, leadership meetings, and requests to have these meetings are starting. They are on hold though at the speaker's office. And the reason why they're on hold is we are still in council session. If council does still moves forward today and we recess down until tomorrow, all meetings for tomorrow will not be authorized. If we move into tomorrow on Thursday and there's still nomination council is still not complete with their task on the agenda, all meetings on Friday will not be authorized to as well. So I just want to let everybody know that there are meetings in the hopper there at the speaker's office that we have not approved, and the reason why is per the code, we cannot have any other meetings until we conclude it with our agenda here on the on this fall session. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. With that,
Thank you, Speaker, for that. I
okay.
appreciate your leadership on that.
Well, good morning, everyone. It looks like we might have a quorum here. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's get started. We have a long day ahead of us. I think Madam Attorney General is ready to give a presentation this morning, and then we have the Navajo Youth Advisory Council right after that, and then we started on our legislations. So with that, let's go ahead and we recording down there. Let's go ahead and get started. We are recording. We are live, ready to go. Good morning again, Yate Bennett to everyone out there. All my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council here within our four sacred mountains, good morning. And then to everyone that's listening out there, whether you're here in our four sacred mountains or elsewhere across the seas, or throughout the world. We have our agenda here before us. We have approved that agenda. It's the 24th Navajo Nation Council Fall Session. Today is our third day, October 21st. The time now is 10:11 a.m. This is day 3 of our special session. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. In order to get us officially in balance and get us going, we need a roll call to make us official. So, Snota, go ahead and do a roll call, and we can go from there.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Good
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Yeah, Dave Ben present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Present. Winter Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Daniel. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Herman M. Daniels answered roll call via text. Speaker with the vote of, Speaker, 14 members present, including yourself. 15 members.
That 14 plus
Delegate
myself
Slater
makes
present.
15. Plus Honorable Slater, that makes
Jimmy
it
Yellowhair is
16.
on the line already.
Plus Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair makes it 17.
Delegate Freeland, good morning.
Yeah,
Plus
thank you.
Honorable Freeland makes it 18. You guys were like, remember when the teacher's ready to close the door and you're running in the last minute?
Running in.
18. We have 18 in this morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Good morning, Honorable Slater. Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair.
Morning, Speaker Chantal.
Oh.
Hello, Chantal.
Good morning, everyone.
I say they clean the erasers at the end of the day.
There's 18 in this morning. Good morning, everyone. Again, with that, let's go on down to our
Speaker, Daniel So on the call.
Chairman. So, good morning.
Yeah, hey.
Chairman, be an honor if you do an invocation for us this morning.
Kusila, Ashi, what Edole? Adoshanantai, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado, Nrastui, Nihivani, Nitashket, Nijakent. The kids and this at the neck, Quaggy. Citizen. The only least is a Lihigi. Ko Ani Twaini. He citizen the Holland to Shawakla. And that's it, I need a bait on it. Kukodoshi. But that was on all this. Man has gone. Yadis. Kom ja. Kana åtta. Hikke hos I. Ado aito ikkujo. Nihot liis en desa. Ado sinsto nihot sudo charki. Kukwagi ja. Beni chen kada otsi ki. Kom nihivan. Kado nidiki. Kom andet keho tanite. Man stand gaat ja dat geeft. Zegt hier zeewan van. Het is natuurlijk zo gezegd. Dat kon sleet benza. Het nou het is echt al die kon die gewoon. De kon aan de ja. Toch. Heb ik al toch kon aan de dandelen. Kon ja. Ado isi has aniki torkekle. Ado benatse kwagi hodegin has odo nidigi yasato. The citizen can't be home to Only need the net kayata hot etrolis. Chada ho indoles. Hola. Edanit edoko. Konda kriat egito kun kiasa. So tahi dahde nas ando kon saho eya. So the zenda into saho eya. Tlizna da ado saho eya. ze lansa egibe tunil enigi da hade genom hasa sto I kwaki haso peroni to sto don't sto I sto hajo I ganse case to delko ani it's not really even net ne kwe ani ja mit anda le ani ik net ga ik kernit enigi ja det hon kitas ando lek ne abe nil sogit ado abe nil nanigit aiko no ka in the net in nature uliaki ja ne citizen here all in how ne kato dan kato ko kwaki ja sen hino chon hino niks goed da ja in mission delt so ko det nil nanigit ado det nil så git ko never en taeta sikni det sig ko mi chen alia do ko I da not edo les ko ashini khas khwin hizan is so that all zen naste ni tsui ni nala kwaki kana ne deo symbole si da dingi ko kwada distinde beitani hadu kone neje to khalchne ni tsakke ni cheke ko asto nas to ultra yeta hade to ina intinigi asto ndegi tadole beitani edo ye na sadana adat edo de yeta hade it is hard to ko I got out hard a party a date harchen me to kedo me nalke me tsekke me can't ko hard it at edo le it sin ko ban yit do ko ban se case ko ko to has twin his on to in I see the whole sunny ki to ko to the hono so in the case kaya the hot to the so ko sa je ya da ki to ani so show ni ti to the ani hat indo ani ni ko kindo sa de ni chen hada isi ki to ko in the case ni chi be dan ki zero le ko I see what ultra ki ultra yidi zain and nigi to zai engine dal nashiki dal khobta hamlo I think da so na mish it aim the kunden hitten dann nigi jeder ne kno den dakre cut this was done then so that the court on his salah which in the days in the court sato nicha da credo sato ya nicha ya da keto ko his on ko get the house into do ko ni traho ko in seseto ko athinto chede tada da lady ki ko e ko aje na misdio sini ki down no to Shingi Choneto, Parchin, to the Holo, to the second to which I can't hold is to. AD con a sato. But the Hanok Kondo, that Elvis Nas Adoli. That Elvis Nas Adoli. No card in the neck, this last so in as I end the tone on it, didn't darling stone that put a zo e wata ni e dole zo e ya but we need atole zo e ni neje hotsa e ni e dole ko man hasan ka ko adu ko kas ik dis iman kasan ya je tu dan ho no I thought no, it's passionate to passionate some more passionate to the Nintendo late con. Hola, the con not me. So it's on the what's that? And later, they had a see a halan. No, what chat? Not chat. Got many. Kato e kadosa de ni e kato na se hot sa do de which hot out e see case to quite plan on it na che ko quite to e kato dan kinigi in which how see to quite the citizen when count the has to e what's that only so they send only as twice as on ya te e ni te dole na ya te kitan ho sandole na ya te kin de ye dole na ya te ki any table let come. But so they send only was on a sleep, was on a sleep, was on a sleep, was on a sleep. But Taylor, Chile.
Oh, you're not check. Claudia, when you calling in?
Thank you, Chairman Daniel So, for that wonderful prayer and blessing this morning. Right, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue down on our agenda. We left off yesterday with the oral reports. We finished up Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Service, and now we are currently going on down to the Attorney General. With that, Madam Attorney General, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yat e bene do hehe shult I Speaker Damon do
Yes.
Navajo Nation delegates. She kia anin shle bilagana bashish chi honatni da che bilagana da shanala chinli det nasha. Doreen McPaul da Aisha Jibne do Navajo Nation Department of Justice di Nashnish Navajo Nation Attorney General Nishle. Happy Wednesday morning. A year ago today was the opening day of the Navajo Nation fall session. And my son, who was in the 6th grade, along with his class from Denebe Alta, came to the opening session to do the Pledge of Allegiance in Navajo. And I'm generally on the first day of the council session to provide this type of report. And I don't remember if I gave an oral or written report that day, but I do remember the Pledge of Allegiance. And I remember being very proud as a mom. I do have 3 kids, and I'm also a military spouse. My husband is retired from the Army. And I wanted to share that memory today with you, Navajo Nation Council, as a way to say thank you for the opportunity to come home. To come home to serve as the Navajo Nation Attorney General, but also to bring my family home. And all of my boys attend the Navajo Language and Culture Immersion School, and having them learn the Navajo language as well as culture has been an incredible blessing, an unexpected blessing to this otherwise very challenging job, as well as this challenging time for not just the Navajo Nation, but across the world, dealing with the pandemic that we're dealing with. So I just wanted to share that with you. It popped up as a memory, and I'm very proud of my son for doing that. So let me talk about the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and the report that we've provided to the leadership today. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice is a department within the Navajo Nation government that's established by statute, and we have a statutory charge to provide legal services to the Navajo Nation government. And that includes the 3 branches of government, the executive branch divisions and programs, as well as the 110 local governing chapters. And the Department of Justice also administers the Office of the Prosecutor, which manages and oversees the prosecution of both adult criminal and juvenile dependency matters before our tribal courts, as well as white collar crime and government corruption cases. The Department of Justice is also charged with administering the Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program, which represents relocatees before the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, or ONEIR. So we've prepared and submitted a 4th quarter written report that identifies the various legal matters that the Department of Justice is addressing. And there's some things from that report I want to highlight for you. Just very briefly, some staffing updates. As you know, Mel Rodas was promoted to serve as the Assistant Attorney General for our Tax and Finance Unit this quarter after the retirement of Jana Warner. Catherine Belzowski is also serving as the Acting Assistant Attorney General for our Economic and Community Development Unit. LaTanya Johnson transitioned from that position to leading our Human Services and Government Unit this quarter. Additionally, Michelle Brown-Yazzie will serve as the Acting Attorney General for our Water Rights Unit starting later this month. And Kate Hoover, who's a principal attorney here at Department of Justice, has served as the Acting AAG for our Water Rights Unit for over a year. And I just want to thank her for her efforts in that regard. The Department of Justice has 89 employees in total. We have 53 legal staff. 17 of those are at our Office of the Prosecutor and 36 are at the Department of Justice. We have 37 support staff, 20 at our Office of the Prosecutor and 17 at the Department of Justice. And we currently have a total of 21 vacancies, 4 at the Department of Justice and 17 at our Office of the Prosecutor. And that includes 10 general fund positions as well as 7 grant positions. So just a staffing update regarding our department. And apart from the staffing issues, our department has continued with our charge to provide legal services to the Navajo Nation government as best as we can during the current pandemic, with our legal team primarily working remotely during the government closure. We welcomed our support staff back to our offices when the government offices reopened in August this past quarter, with additional protections, plexiglass, plastic barriers, etc. And our Office of the Prosecutor, which has several offices, they require some additional physical improvements for some of their offices, as well as a steady source of supplies for cleaning and disinfecting before they can fully reopen to the public. Our legal staff continues to telecommute for the most part, since our offices have reopened, basically to minimize contact and exposure to the virus. And we've had some challenges, I think, as all offices have, with just technology and internet access to be able to work remotely. But we've also had some challenges here at the Department of Justice with remote access to our server and our case files. The Department of Justice did not receive an allocation of any CARES Act funding directly, but a handful of our staff, we hope 10 to 15, will receive laptops from CARES Act funding that was allocated for better telecommuting measures, including laptops. So we hope that our staff can receive those allocations later this month. But we will continue to do the best we can to be as productive and efficient as possible, and always responsive to the needs of our government clients. The department has been working, I think, as most departments have, overtime on COVID-related issues, legal issues, as well as legal issues unrelated to COVID, our normal day-to-day matters. And our department has continued to serve this past quarter as the donation branch for COVID-19 donations as tasked by the Health Command Operations Center. All of our units within the Department of Justice, everything from our chapter unit to our litigation unit, has worked on COVID-19 related matters, including advising the Health Command Center regarding a variety of matters, including the public health emergency orders, for example, isolation centers, alternative care sites, variety of types of contracts, MOUs and agreements, issues related to employees, returning to work issues, reopening issues, not just for the nation, but for chapters as well as for our own department. We've worked with the schools on back to school planning. We've worked on issues related to procurement and special duty pay, the special enhanced retirement packages, as well as emergency leave and other employee issues. We've also handled a plethora of CARES Act related matters, including the various legislation to allocate funding, but also issues related to contracts and processes, projects, providing presentations, and working on implementation with our various clients, as well as participating in the CARES Act litigation. Regarding donation branch activities, Department of Justice continued facilitating donations for the Health Command Center, as well as working on humanitarian aid efforts with the Department of Emergency Management. And mostly this work this past quarter has been virtual and offsite, but it remains ongoing work. It has slowed down significantly. We are still receiving donations by mail at the Department of Justice. Our Tax and Finance Unit did draft a fund management plan for the Navajo Nation Donation Fund legislation, and we hope that legislation to approve the plan is dropped in the next quarter. We've also this past quarter provided regular donation updates to the Budget and Finance Committee, along with OOC, as well as updates on the various town halls. We are continuing to log the activity and we'll be able to provide a summary of all of the non-monetary donations once that logging work is completed. And we will certainly share that with the leadership. Regarding, we've had a lot of work this past quarter, just attending committee meetings, both for COVID and non-COVID matters. Some of the primary issues that were at the forefront this past quarter related to the quadrilateral agreement, issues relating to hemp, gaming meetings, meetings on the donation updates, as I mentioned, meeting with RDC on their one-stop initiative, and then other meetings regarding our several budgets for the Office of the Prosecutor, the Office of Attorney General, our Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program, the Water Rights Unit, fixed cost litigation, as well as the Hopi partition land rents budget. So a lot of work this quarter relating to budgets. So just in terms of highlights from our report, and I'll refer to certain areas of the report, but our report from our Office of the Prosecutor starts on page 4. And our Office of the Prosecutor works closely with law enforcement agencies, Department of Family Services, and others that are involved in the criminal and juvenile justice system, as well as with the courts. All of our prosecutors this quarter continued to appear telephonically on a daily basis for court hearings throughout the 13 districts. The Deputy Attorney General and I did do 2 visits to our RAMA prosecutor office this quarter, and our prosecutor's office continues to collaborate with all of the criminal justice stakeholders to assist victims obtain emergency protection orders on weekends and when the courts are closed. And I know that that was a question that was raised during the earlier reports, but our prosecutor's office is actively involved in that work as well. Prosecutor's office continues to both review and upload the reports and the complaints that they receive, but they are not filing complaints other than where a defendant is either in custody or there are grounds to seek a warrant with the complaint. And the reasons for that are sort of practical. Currently, the police department is only serving summons and complaints in the most serious cases. And secondly, there are limited services of the judicial branch and the courts operating with minimal staff and doing only telephonic hearings. So those are the only cases where there are complaints being filed, but they continue to handle all of the aspects of adult and juvenile justice matters on the nation. And page 14 of the report summarizes the number of reports and referrals by district for both adult and juvenile cases. And if you look at that chart on page 14, it also shows the public health emergency order citations that were issued this quarter. There's 279, and that's down from the 1,040 case, public health emergency order citations from the last quarter. Our Office of the Prosecutor also worked with the Office of the Legislative Council and delegates this quarter on legislation to create new criminal offenses for violating prohibition or requirement during a state of emergency, as well as on other public safety matters, including updating the definition of marijuana under Title 17. So that's just a sort of synopsis from our prosecutor's office, and the full report is there in the written matter. Our chief prosecutor right now, our acting chief prosecutor, is on a consultation call at this very moment with the New Mexico U.S. Attorney's Office. And so I know that if there are questions that I can't answer, I'll have to refer to her and get back to you relating to the prosecutor's report. There were also this quarter significant chapter issues resulting from the pandemic. And our chapter unit was busy with all aspects of the chapter legal needs and working with DCD and the ASC and the 110 chapter governments and chapter officials. And the chapter report begins on page 15 of the written report. Our chapter unit advises on various legislation and issues regarding, for example, chapter operations, the CARES Act funding, construction contracts, updating the 5 management system, and drafting burial regulations, as well as working on a chapter reopening plan and addressing chapter special duty pay. Rod Begay is the Assistant Attorney General for that unit within our department. He has 2 staff, a secretary and an attorney candidate, and we know that our chapter unit needs more staff to address the mountain of legal work that is involved with having 110 unique clients. And so that's something that we hope to work on in the next quarter. Our Economic and Community Development Unit represents the Division of Community Development, the Division of Economic Development, and also works on gaming matters. And they've been tasked to work on voting and election issues. And their portion of the report starts on page 18. They had significant work this quarter pertaining to the quadrilateral agreement. And I also want to just highlight the work of ECDU on voting matters and elections. There's a lot going on right now in this realm, and ECDU has had regular meetings with our surrounding state and county partners to coordinate the efforts and prepare for the upcoming elections and preparing for issues relating to, for example, voter suppression and intimidation. And we do have a settlement agreement with the state of Arizona and the 3 counties in Arizona. And so they've also been working over time to implement those settlement requirements with our Arizona county and state partners. Our Human Services and Government Unit is our largest unit, and they represent our Public Safety Department, the Department of Health, Division of Human Services, Social Services, Division of Dene Education, and Division of General Services, and more. So they've got a lot of responsibility as well, and their report starts on page 21 of the written report. So one thing to highlight this quarter for HSGU, we did get a response in September from the U.S. Department of Justice regarding the OIG audit. And we've been having weekly update meetings to address the outstanding audit issues and recommendations. And so we will be certainly willing to provide that report to the leadership and provide those updates. HSDU does a lot of work with the Health Command Center and Department of Health. And they've also this quarter been working very closely with our Office of the Prosecutor on Dependency cases, as well as Indian Child Welfare Act cases. There have been some issues with risk management, as well as school issues that they've had to address this quarter, including school closures and the reopening plans and guidance. And one thing that I point out to folks who are aware that the nation is located within 3 different state jurisdictions, but we're also located within 11 county jurisdictions within that same land base. The Hopi Nation is in the middle of our reservation, and we also have San Juan Southern Paiute, another federally recognized tribe that doesn't have a land base that's on the nation. And this often presents a challenge with just coordinating across jurisdictional lines and within those jurisdictions, not just related to public health, but related to, for example, school closures or road closures or voting. And then, on top of that, our public health emergency orders and our curfews, and just implementation and enforcement of those kinds of issues across the different jurisdictional lines. And I just wanted to share that for it just creates some unique jurisdictional legal issues. The Department of Justice provided a comprehensive litigation update to the leadership just earlier this month. But litigation included, for example, we have ongoing water rights litigations and settlements. The Hopi Future Use trial is currently ongoing, and our water rights units has been also involved in efforts to get the Navajo Utah water rights settlement passed by the House of Representatives in DC. But we've also been involved this quarter in Clean Water Act litigation, ongoing Indian Child Welfare Act cases, child support hearings, the hemp litigation. We joined the CARES Act litigation, and that's been very active this past quarter, as has been the census litigation. And then we've continued to handle before the Office of Hearings and Appeals employment grievance matters, for example. And then this quarter, we had a successful outcome in the judicial services and funding 638 litigation that was in federal court. Whenever we, in between the litigation updates that we do with the leadership, we also try to provide written updates as these cases develop and decisions are made by the courts. So in addition to the work of our litigation unit and our water rights unit, our Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program continues to work on relocatee matters and eligibility appeals and ONER matters. And so this is all litigation focused work, and they also work with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission and the Navajo Hopi Land Office. And an update from our Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program for the fourth quarter starts on page 29. Our Natural Resources Unit is led by Assistant Attorney General Veronica Blackhat, and this is the unit that is assigned to provide legal assistance to Department of Natural Resources, the Navajo Nation EPA, and our Navajo Department of Transportation. And they're also involved in many other issues that affect the nation's natural resources and the Navajo Nation environment, including the various water projects, telecommunication, and power projects. And these are all, issues that are exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. But there's a report from our Natural Resources Unit that starts on page 32 that also includes updates on the uranium and mining issues, the comments provided to EPA regarding EPA's proposed coal ash regulation, as well as the APS rate case and other energy related issues.
Chief, Madam Attorney General,
Yes, sir.
Your 20 minutes is up now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, colleagues, is there a motion to accept?
Motion by
Madam Attorney
Delegate
General.
Second by
Delegate
Carl
Brown,
Nguyen.
second.
Motion, was that by Honorable Elmer Begay?
Yes.
And second by Honorable Brown. With that, let me go to the floor. I have individuals in the queue lined up, ready to have questions, comments. Honorable Kiel and Begay, Jay, the floor is yours.
Speaker do Shant Akro Nasi Khangi. Yate Pene Anasko. Ado like Smastangi do Ado Kudo Kehanan Kitishinders. Ado Kudo Shama Ado Sutsui Haji Gishibek. Madam Attorney General Kudo Kehandini to this report nature in Lagi. I just wanted to express my appreciation for the Department of Justice for their hard work in securing and resolving the 630 contract for the judicial branch. I'd like to request, formally, how could this particular lack of funding to other programs such as public safety. As you know, that the council has been pushing for additional funding and regarding pay raise and additional benefits. So maybe the Department of Justice can continue reviewing and the possibility of similar lawsuit or have the court determine that the nation is receiving less funding. Although reviewing of 638 contract, I believe I know that some of these funding goes to Mr. Cordell Shorter's office, 630 contracts, and then a review by the Department of Justice. I think somewhere at the minimum, maybe the chair of each of the committee and the speaker needs to be at the table in accepting a lot of these 630 contract. That way, the committee or the council is involved in accepting the amount of funding that the nation is subject to receive through 630 contract. The other area that I like to bring back up is the consent decree. And I know the last council, the last Law and Order Committee, by legislation, we've requested for a review of this particular situation. So I think that's the reason why there is a revolving door on a lot of these situations coming through the Department of, from the judicial branch to the court. So that could probably be provided, have an update be provided to the council. The other three areas, I know I got a little bit of time, but state right-of-ways, particularly the Arizona side. The Arizona State Department of Transportation has a lot of right-of-ways on the Navajo Nation. So if you have been, and I have been, bugging about cleanup or resolving a lot of these situation designs of exit roads on Navajo Nation and not much progress, the Department of Justice intervened to say that, hey, I mean, why is the officials, or could there be a modified right-of-way policy for these departments at the state level? So that's one area that I want for Department of Justice to look into, and the possibility of a response to the Resource and Development Committee. The other area is veterans. Again, same situation. Veteran services, direct service to the Navajo Nation. And I don't know if there needs to be a legal process that could alert the federal government to say that there's the responsibility that needs to be served by the federal government to our Navajo Nation veterans. So that's the second official request I'd like to make to the Department of Justice, to see if they could look into this particular area, having direct service on the Navajo Nation for our veterans to the federal government. And the last one, Department of Agriculture. As you know, I'd like for the Department of Justice to look into what is the true meaning of having agriculture stated in the Treaty of 1868. So I like to have the Department of Justice to see if we could be able to get some a response directly by the Department of Justice. Committee members, if you have any additional time that you can spare, please provide them to me. So without the speaker, appreciate and apologize for the overtime.
Okay, that. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Out on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, AG, Doreen, got good morning. And my question goes to, I know that it's regarding the water rights. I know that I'm trying my best to get on it, all the presentations that's been done, but I can't. But I was wondering how maybe whenever I can get together with Miss Hoover and maybe I think the person that I would think that would understand me, or maybe there's another Navajo attorney there that's familiar with water, and I wanted to discuss something more that I think we could do, which I mentioned it to you regarding that, that it's really hard to do at this time, that all these, the spiritual part of it, that I think that needs a lot of it, that needs to happen. And there's very few people that does those kind of offerings for water, and that's what I was thinking about, that part of it. And the main thing that goes right now, that you mentioned a little about it, is that goes with the energy. And I know that a year ago I tried to do to revise the energy policy. So I made a schedule to where by this time there should be some implementation of to implement some of these changes that could happen, especially with what's going on with NGS and Peabody, all these decommission that's going on, that we know that there's nobody there that can speak for the people, especially for Navajo preference. And seems that there should be already a plan in place last year regarding that. That was what it was made for, to have Navajo people to look into the contract, and then also the agreement that was made to look into that again, to where right now that the decommission should be part of it, should be having Navajo doing the job, and there's some Navajo business people that can do the job too. And today it's not like that, and that's what we were supposed to be working on it, and we never did. So that's one of the things that that I kind of disappointed about the energy policy. No, it's not going anywhere. I know that the excuse is going to be the pandemic, but there's other things that can be done without that can be done. The process should have been going right now, just like amending some laws and things like that to work on this. But I never heard about it again. I know that within the other budget, I saw that there's going to be a energy office that was a budget out for, but without even a budget, without even an office, there was already a plan that was put in place, and where it could start working on it. That was what the energy policy was all about. So today, then, that's, I feel part of it is pertaining to the water too. And so, if I can, that is there a way that I can get together with your units, underwater units, to have a meeting with me, maybe with my people from here, the southwest part of the reservation, because we're looking into the water part of it, from the Little Colorado River, and what is the plan on it that we need to do. That we need to have a plan.
Time.
Thank you for that. If you have a time, colleagues, give me that time. Go on.
Moving on down, I have one more, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Attorney General. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, floor is yours.
Yeah, the speaker again. I forgot to unmute myself. My apologies. I'm in another meeting as well with Arizona human trafficking. With that, I'm receiving a lot of reports from Miss Cindy McCain and wonderful individuals from the state of Arizona. But my question to Madam Attorney General is, I know that there's funding out there, but in my area of Kayenta, Sandstone Housing, I just got a text that 2 of our people have been evicted from their Sandstone Housing in Kayenta. So is there any way to remedy this? And the other thing would be, I know in Kayenta, Denahutso and Chilchimbito, we've been really pushing for bootlegging in our areas as well, and taking away, it has gotten so bad that people are frightened even to walk. I know in our area throughout Navajo, they're everywhere. Crime has gone up, domestic violence. The report that we received from Madam Chief Justice yesterday, over 500 cases. But imagine that those are only the reported, some of them not reported. So with bootlegging, we're getting these reports and we have pictures, and I've been really pushing an initiative in my communities against bootlegging. And how does that look there in your office? I know that this is going to be a continuing conversation that we're talking about. So it would be, there's Fed actions that came to district court regarding the bootlegging removal from these areas, and businesses that don't have lease agreements in place, and courts that are doing continuances. So court needs to hear these cases instead of just doing continuances. And where can we get more direction on these initiatives? So I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time. Honorable Brown, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. That, I'm gonna go back to you, Madam Attorney General.
Yeah, Speaker Damon, and thank you to the delegates for the question. Regarding the questions from Mr. Kielin Bigay, thank you for expressing the appreciation for the work on the 638 Judicial Services funding case. I know that's been an ongoing matter since 2014, certainly predates my time here at the Department of Justice, and there was a lot of work that went in, for not just the prior administration, but the administration before that, to bring that case forward and to have that successful outcome for our judicial services funding. Part of that case was a result of a lack of action by the federal government on the proposal that the nation submitted, and having to respond within the required statutory timeframe. So I'm not sure if the same arguments will work, for example, to secure additional funding for public safety, but we will certainly look into other ways of pushing for additional funding for those programs, and we'll certainly work with not only public safety, but we'll keep you in the loop as well, Mr. Bigay, to address that concern. I was on a call yesterday where there was some advocacy for that in relation, unrelated to what was being discussed at the meeting, but pushing for additional funding as well. And then just the process for 638, I know that's been a concern, and I think that the leadership gets to decide how these 638 contracts are not only negotiated and approved. And so if there's an issue with the process and who gets to be at the table, we can certainly revise that to include the leadership. And, I've done 638 work, probably the majority of my legal career, and I've been attorney for almost 20 years. And, you know, every tribe does it differently, but the sort of bottom line, regardless of the tribe that's involved, is that the leadership gets to make those decisions. And so we will certainly work with you to create a process that that works for the leadership. Regarding the consent decree issues, we did do an update during the litigation update, and I'm happy to provide that PowerPoint presentation to you, Mr. Begay, so that you have that information. I don't have it on my computer at the moment because we were doing things remotely. I have some, but not all of the PowerPoint presentations to be able to push out, and so I can get that updated and then forward you the information regarding the consent decree. And then the other three areas that you brought up regarding the state right-of-ways, we will certainly look into that and report back to RDC. I will task our natural resources unit that works on transportation issues and right-of-way issues to do that and to connect with you to make sure that we're you know, taking direction on how the policy should be modified so that it works for the nation regarding those state right-of-ways. And then same with the veterans issues and looking into that. I'm going to task our Human Services and Government unit to do that and look into how the federal government can fulfill those responsibilities to our Navajo Nation veterans. And then the issue relating to Department of Ag and the meaning of agriculture in the Treaty of 1868. I can task not only our natural resources unit, but our litigation unit that works on a lot of treaty related issues. I can task them to look into that and follow up with you, Mr. Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay's questions related to water and water rights. We did a little over 3-hour presentation on all the water rights issues ongoing for the nation currently. And I know that we've been working with the council since pre-pandemic to provide that update. And RDC has asked for that update as well. And so anytime, Delegate Begay, we can connect you with not only Kate Hoover, but the incoming AAG, Michelle Brown-Yazzie, to provide the updates that you need related to water and water rights. And I know that we've discussed the spiritual part that you've mentioned, and certainly within our water rights unit, Cecilia is aware of our conversation, and also Mr. Rod Begay is the former AAG for the water rights unit and would certainly be a resource to discuss the issues in a way that would be understanding, I think, and I think that would be helpful to set up that conversation. But we can get together anytime with the water rights unit to discuss the plan for the Little Colorado River and your area, and I'm happy to do that. And then Delegate Brown, regarding the sandstone housing evictions, I wasn't aware that there was evictions, but what I was aware of was there was some questions relating to whether, for example, there is a moratorium on evictions during the pandemic. And I'm not aware that there is such a moratorium on evictions during the pandemic, but I am aware that there is such a moratorium off the reservation for a variety of areas. And so if that's something that the leadership is interested in during the pandemic, I'm happy to work with the Office of Legislative Counsel and the delegates on that moratorium. And then the issue that Delegate Brown raised relating to bootlegging, I will say that I know that this was raised at the last report in January as well. And we had talked about starting the Title 17 group to address bootlegging. And there was some prior legislation, I want to say from 2018, that was sponsored by Delegate Crotty, as well as Delegate Daniels and Delegate Otto. And I don't know, I think that the sponsors ultimately withdrew that legislation, although I don't know why. And, but we certainly are willing to revisit that legislation with the leadership. I think that our prosecutor's office had some concerns that the legislation as proposed didn't actually solve some of the issues that our prosecutor's office has with prosecuting bootlegging, which has to do with the public confidence in, for example, coming forward and participating in the court process, testifying and that sort of thing, as well as issues relating to our police department investigations or evidentiary issues. But our prosecutor's office, I know, is supportive of the mandatory sentencing that was outlined in that prior legislation to serve as a deterrent. But I'm happy to, continue to engage our prosecutor's office in addressing the bootlegging issues and the Title 17 work group. And we'll certainly connect with you offline about that particular issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney General. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Brown, 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Madam AG, thank you for your response. I think this is to our leadership. We need to step in for our people who are struggling. We have hundreds of millions of dollars, yet our people are being evicted from not just NHA, Sandstone Housing, and private small businesses. I think this is where we as leadership have failed our people. If people are becoming homeless, it's we debating so long, and also the president dropping the ball on signing and line item vetoing, and now we're at the 9th hour on spending our funding. So, and I'm getting these messages, like all of you leadership. We were constantly bombarded with messages, and I have tried really hard to just listen to everyone and not repeat. But these are pressing issues that our constituents are messaging me as well. So maybe, I don't know if that needs to be legislation or a legislative order. The president has this executive order that he does. So to legal counsel, is there something that we can do for council to put a moratorium on housing on Navajo, on what we can do to keep individuals in their homes during this pandemic? And what will that look like, and what needs to happen? That would be my next question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Every time at 1 minute, 3 seconds. I have a new individual on the board. Honorable Paul Begay. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Delegate Seth Damon. Thank you, Madam AG, for your report, and colleagues. Good morning. Yeah, it has been a good day to start the third day of our fall session. Okay, just one point, quadrilateral agreement affecting our people in northwestern Navajo. I just really want to make sure that we listen to those people and to continue to work with us from DOJ and get some minds. These our people in that area are very disturbed about how the agreement went for the last 50 years. We really would like to have a peace of mind, and I just really want to ask for your help, Madam AG, to continue to work very diligently and hard to help our people in that region, the Chi'i and Copper Mine, Badaway, Kaibito, Tonalea, all the way to Navajo Mountain or J2 area. We really need to hopefully get this task force together and get the extension and get some new agreements in there that will satisfy our people in this region. That's the only point I wanted to make to you, Madam AJ, and I thank you for your report. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Shache, Honorable Delegate Kialan Begay. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay. 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Are you good?
Speaker, I'm okay with it.
Go ahead.
Speaker, appreciate the time there. Madam Attorney General, the other area that I wanted to cover was the Navajo Hope Line situation. I know Chairman So and the commissioners have been advocating for additional having the office to be continue to be in operation. I don't know what legality that's in place that the nation can stand on to continue to say that the people that have been affected continues to be struggling, and that there needs to be additional service to be provided to fully put the lives back into the situation that the people had gone through as far as the daily lives, such as modern homes, the water line, power line, roads, and so on. So ARGGit atin the yego na hot go has ang go kodo that all kachon kit no by yat here. Ko ida is to arjit out that akwaje anhut has arj not so be a hit or that is to be bonet so that's in so ban suskishizink because I take care of two of the NPL position portion Low Mountain chapter do Touchy Blue Gap and the Brickhorn area. There's nine delegates representing to the Navajo Land Commission. So did that and speaker and then the Navajo Nation Council Aquajet or ye do open yet button at the Congress level. Do yego hit it not good to yego hapa yet that Aquajet. And with has arj be hit echo that it as show that in the arj when he didn't the each that the listen so addition because even now go the veterans that hegi dot state right of way that hegi arj did everyone hit and then he that a could be banded listen so additional delivery service to the Navajo people is the overall ultimate goal and housing that are not at all based on Hana Nisco called the deep up has only in Nego to be Bahon on hit and then Nasi Oboganda that there's the only shit house that Oak at Archbeat Pagano or one can Zinigi or based on Zingit over get a nice ton or based on his nesta. So maybe that's another area that the Department of Justice can act in the legal format, how we can get housing for our Navajo people. So Ede Kodo, Sister Zido, Nain's Catholic. So the only other way that this could be done to get moving is dropping legislation. So, but I'll be looking and asking guidance from the Department of Justice. So, Speaker, that concludes my statement to the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. And we can all be with that. Moving on down. New individual on the board. Chairman Nez, good morning. The floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker Damon, Adoshan Arno Senigi, Bishpas Anayat Epena, Ado, Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul, Nahal Nagid or Hitnahosan, Lakon Nanishan Enigi, Ado, I just really want to express my appreciation for assisting the farmers and the people along San Juan River. I understand as delegates we're lawmakers. Even as lawmakers, as elected officials, whether you're a president, the speaker, a chapter official, farm board or grazing official, we're not above the law. We also have to be that example that has to decide that laws are made also for us to abide by. And I just wanted to say thank you, and it's been calm here, but I do appreciate the work you do, Madam Attorney General. I'm always glad to hear your story of you bringing your family home to the Navajo Nation and to take part in ameliorating the laws of the Navajo Nation. So with that, Madam Attorney General, God bless you and your family. Thank you very much. And Speaker, I would like to reserve my time and give my time over to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue, please. Thank you.
That, Madam Attorney General, let me go back to you. Hold on. Well, I didn't hear that portion of it. Oh, Honorable Elmer Begay. Hold on, Madam Attorney General. There is some allocated time over to Honorable Elmer Begay. 3 minutes, 11 seconds.
Thank you for that, Shina, Rignes, Delegate. Shina, your time offered in la. I don't know to AG. I know that we're talking about water. I think it's very important right now with the southwest part of the reservation. I know that we'll be trying to get water from both sides, from Ganado and then also from Greasewood. Then the latest that we're talking about is from Loop. But there's a lot of them. I mean, there's been a lot of them. I got involved in it since 1981. So right now, there's just how many plans that I went through. I saw that, and today it's still not a concrete plan that I have seen. It changes a lot. So I think we need something more than just assessments from these professional people. I think as a Navajo people, I think we need to start getting together on how we can use this water and to continue that the surface water is available to us as the Navajo people. But when we go deeper into that, is the water that was reserved for so many more years again. So if we can do that, there's an application that I believe that that's what the Navajo people are talking about, to start continuing it to. If that's reserve, that we have to get to that concept to start using it for, or continue for the next how many more generation to come. So we need a special offer that has to be made. So that's what they believe in it. That's what I'm trying to express. And then at the same time, we know that we need a plan here. So I think we need all the delegates to help us out. I know that my brothers with me, Thomas Walker Jr., delegate from there, and I believe that I think we can get the northern delegates that can help me regarding how these water were being used for irrigation. I think there's plenty of land that's available here. I think those kind of plans, I think we need to put in place to start doing that. Then this one we can have to start looking into this water thing. So I'm looking forward all the way around. You know that we need help on this side of the reservation, and that's the only way that we can have water be available for our irrigation continue, and we don't have to rely on others to give us food. I think we'll have plenty of food and plenty of water if we go into deeper.
Right, I'm going to begin time.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to begin with that. Let me go back to Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to let Delegate Brown know in response to his follow-up questions and comments that we will certainly work with the Office of Legislative Counsel to address the evictions issue and, the potential moratorium that could be implemented to ensure that people aren't becoming homeless during the pandemic. And we will look into how other jurisdictions are dealing with that issue, as well as have a conversation with HUD. We do have some contacts there that we can reach out to as well on the legal side to look into how the organizations that receive federal funding or HUD funding are addressing the pandemic and evictions. So we will certainly look into that and work with the Office of Legislative Counsel. Delegate Paul Begay, regarding the quadrilateral agreement, we will certainly continue to work diligently to help the people in that area and continue to work with you. We do have several units within our Department of Justice that are working on quadrilateral related issues, including ECDU, our Natural Resources Unit, as well as our chapter unit. And our chapter unit represents those chapters in that area. And so they certainly bring that perspective, that legal perspective to the table, and we'll continue to work with the chapters to secure the needs of the people in that area with respect to that agreement. Regarding the follow-up questions from Delegate Kialan Begay and the Navajo partition land situation, we certainly will continue to advocate for continuing the operations of the ONER office at the federal level, and we're already working in that regard, not just with the commission and the land office, but also with the Washington, D.C. office, who's advocating for that in D.C., as well as our office here at DOJ. And we are looking into the legal options for ensuring that ONER stays open to fulfill all of the obligations of the federal government with respect to the Navajo Hopi partition lands area. So we will certainly continue to work on that. And Chairman Nez, thank you so much for your very kind comments. And I just, I didn't get to give, as part of my update, a brief update on the hemp issues that are going on out there, but I did want to share that I personally made several visits to the Shiprock area, including Hogback and San Juan chapter over the last quarter to meet directly with landowners. I also met with folks that traveled here to Window Rock to, just explain from their perspective what was going on in that area. And it's really hard to articulate into words the extent of what is going on in that area. And you really have to see it for your own eyes. You have to smell it with your own nose to really have an understanding of what the people are experiencing in that area. And so we will certainly continue with the civil litigation. We were successful this quarter in getting a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction from the court to prohibit the illegal activity that's going on in that area. And I'm glad that it's calmed down to some extent. We are aware that there's still some ongoing hemp activities in violation of the court's order. And most of our DOJ units are involved in addressing issues relating to hemp beyond the litigation. And these include issues related to water diversion, other environmental issues, including sewage and pesticides, fertilizers, all kinds of other things. And we are working closely with our police department, with the Navajo Nation EPA and the Water Resources Department, Department of Ag and NOSHA, and other departments. And we certainly will continue to report to RDC, to NABI, to the council, to our oversight committee, Law and Order. And we will continue to have discussions with our federal partners, including the USDA and the BIA, regarding the issues that are going on out there. Regarding the continued non-compliance with the court's order, our Office of the Prosecutor has been filing interference with judicial proceedings. These are criminal charges. Our prosecutor's office is filing those with the court. And we filed a status update with the court and reported the continued non-compliance. And I am aware that the court on Monday issued a contempt of court order that we need to serve on the defendants, but the court is holding these people in contempt, as well as we will continue proceeding with those criminal charges. But thank you for your kind comments. And I think lastly, Delegate Elmer Begay, I just want to say that we at Department of Justice and our Water Rights Unit, we will continue to work very hard to secure the water rights for use by the Navajo Nation people. And, the legal part of that for Department of Justice is securing the rights. And then it's certainly up to the leadership to determine the plan for the use. But we look forward to working with the leadership on that plan. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, Attorney General, that I got a couple of new individuals on the board, so we go over Chairman Daniel. So, floor is yours. I had to press *6, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you.
Come in, Speaker.
The time
Okay.
starts now.
Yes.
Thank you, Cecilia, Ado, colleagues, Ado, legislative staff, legislative council, Chiaja, Madam Attorney General. Thank you for providing the update. But I just want to also highlight just the fact that the tribal federal relations. In that regard, there's Farmington Field Office is doing a resource management plan amendment. And I don't know if they've never, as I stated before, BLM and BIA has never presented to the Navajo Nation mother government. And they've never presented to the chapter's full length of this proposed plan. But the chapters that I represent, there's 2 chapters that are in the Rio Perco field office management area. And they've sold oil and gas leases on BLM lands. And the drilling is going to take, right, it's going to be within the aquifer that basically serves Torreon and Ojo Encino, over 250 homes. And then from there, then it goes on to an area called Rincon Marcus, and then over to Pueblo Pintado and Whitehorse Lake. And so the area is under attack, or it's the water aquifer. As I stated yesterday, there's a state trust land where they're drawing water. And we've heard in presentations from a water expert that is a consultant to New Mexico Tech. Every time a new fracking operation takes place, 1,000 feet drop in the aquifer. And the sense is that they're drawing the water from under the allotments. And the allotments, I understand, have 26 acre feet water rights. And so that's the aspect that I'm really concerned about, because that's water for the future development of the area. And so that's the part that I'm really concerned about. The other is I had received a portion of a document that basically said the Federal Indian Minerals Office shared critical information of what allotment owners, what kind of resources exist within the strata of the allotments, and the Office of Special Trust never pursued it. And I'm wondering what's your thoughts? I had sent you that same document when I shared it with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and that is of particular concern. The development companies just have critical information that should not even have been shared. And so that's the type of federal agency that we're dealing with, that it has almost holding hands type of relationships. But on the federal government, we haven't even heard some of those items that are critical to making decisions. So that is one thing. And the other is you will be receiving a request from Ojo Encino chapter regarding legal representation. So that is what I'm highlighting to you. The other is just the fact that right now there's monies going to the chapters, the non-certified chapters. But the certified chapters aren't getting the monies to pay their staff, a chapter manager and AMS, for the hazard pay. And you say you represent 110 chapters. But in some of the documents we've received as a council delegates, there is assertions that certified chapters are on their own legally.
Chairman
And
Daniel,
at
still time.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for listening to my question and concerns.
Thank you, Chairman. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Also, Madam AG, good morning. And the Navajo Nation Council, those that are listening throughout the session here. I appreciate the work that's being done with the Navajo Nation through the AG and the updates on the litigation that's happening within the Navajo Nation. However, sometimes we can't meet those meetings because of other meetings that are being held during the teleconference. So try to listen in on the litigation hearings because those are important to get an understanding of where we're at, what we're doing, what's going on, how far this litigation is going on, in various cases. However, Madam AG, I'd like to bring to your attention that Newlands is finally moving forth, and Captain Ronald Silversmith is being very instrumental in getting a substation. Well, there is a substation, but actually getting that substation to be manned here shortly. And that's part of the contract under the 638, which is being worked as we speak right now. And his request is for me to assist in helping them get the IGUA finalized. Not me to do it, but to bring this forth to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice for finalization so that they could get their equipment in there and get their office going and expedite that as soon as possible. He sent me an email here yesterday at 2:34 p.m. Captain Ronald Silversmith of the Navajo Nation Police Department says, I've been visiting Office of Navajo Indian Relocation, NATZ officials, and obtained the keys for the sub-office. There is a sub-office, and it's in really good condition. And they're pending for the finalization of the IGUA. I don't know if you are aware of the IGUA. I don't have a tracking number. I did text them back and ask them for a tracking number, but if we could get that going. He says, we do need your assistance in communicating with Navajo Department of Justice to expedite the IGUA. And as we have identified, the Navajo Nation is paying for all the utilities, which is our only concern. So they're really moving forward on that. The other one is allotted lands. I don't know if I can make a directive at this point in time, Speaker. There is an issue I keep bringing up. I brought it up to the President. I brought it up to BIA. And now I'm bringing it up to AG. The issue is allotted lands out there, and folks that live on the allotted lands are experiencing violations, and they reported to the Navajo Police, and the Navajo Police says, nope, that's not our jurisdiction. That's out of our realm. You have to get with BIA, get a federal officer out there, and that's just a duplication of work. Navajo Police should be certified through the SLEC, which is a Special Law Enforcement Commission card that allows them to be federal officers and to enforce these federal laws as long as they have passed the credentials of the BIA standards. And that's the problem we're having with the allotted lands within the areas that I represent. So I don't know if I can make a directive, Speaker. Need your direction on this so that AG can look into this and give us a report back whether Navajo Department of Public Safety is not upholding the 638 contract on behalf of helping those that are within the allotted land. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
With that directive, and do we, with that, let me go to Office Legislative Council. There's a motion in place. What I can do.
Speaker, I hear a busy signal. Are we still online?
I don't know what went on there. Can you hear me still? Okay.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Well, Chairman, Vice Chair Smith, what I was alluding to was we have a motion in place already. What I can do is come back to you in that time, maybe work together with Office Legislative Council. Ms. Barbroff, I don't know, maybe Ms. Khan is on the line to help assist Vice Chair Smith. With that directive, and I can come back after we conclude with Madam Attorney General's presentation, then I can go to that directive. Is anyone on from Office Legislative Council?
Hi, Speaker. This is Kristen. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Lowell.
Good morning, Speaker. I can assist, and you were looking for Mr. Smith to have assistance in drafting a directive to
Yes.
the office or to the Department of Justice. I can help with that. I'll contact Mr. Smith.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, you good? Vice Chair Smith.
Yes,
that is.
Speaker. Thank you. Yes,
All
appreciate that. Yeah.
Right, great. And you did reserve your time, Vice Chair Smith, so you have 14 seconds. Okay, with that, let me go ahead and move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair. Are you there? The floor is yours.
Good morning. Doreen, McPaul, Shad, doubting any come before the council, our Attorney General, Navajo Nation, and I'd like to say hello to everyone, my colleagues. I don't see our community up there, 110 chapters officials. As my name Jimmy L here. We had a pertains to this is a Peabody close. That's in August. I in the hot the city Doreen McPaul, Attorney General, to bring this to your attention. It's about the Navajo Nations have rightful authority under the designations to make sure that ensure the Peabody Western Coal Company complete the reclamation of lands and water at the mine, including restoration of North Aquifer. as good as condition was received before acquired by the Turner Peabody lease under the federal law and the regulations. This is what I need help from you to follow up at the Black Mesa Peabody. And I'll just make it very short too. The other one I have a concern, Attorney General. Back in 2011 or 2012, I was with Judicial Branch. The Navajo Nation, we submit through a civil lawsuit against PL 93638 through a Gallup BIA office up there. I submitted a big package back then, like my concerns, two binders. It was close to $55 million, $15 million, and $15 million should be back paid to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Hello? Speaker? Hello? You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so something wrong with my phone. Somebody's been calling, messing around with my phone. Anyway, this money has been received to your office, Attorney General. I think it was $15 million. I did talk to a legislative counsel, Dina. I think this money, the federal money, PL 93630, I think this money should be going to Judicial Branch. My respectful request to you to review and check this out. If it is, the money should be returned over to Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Attorney General, check this out for me, because this is my concern. I'd like to request for reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah, thank you. Go back on mute now.
Thank you. Honorable O'Hare. 2 minutes, 10 seconds on reserve time. We go on down to Honorable Eugene So. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, y'all too. Said all y'all this you stole a shed to Madam Attorney General Denigi shed. Very dark at Nashanda. I thought I was trying to look for a guy named James Francis. I see you're not and remember he passed on, went on his way. Oh shit. I asked for excuse and there I came back, so I'm on the phone chair. Is this a little issue that I might have to schedule her just to remind her regarding to some legislation that I might be dropping, see how she will be think of it before I do. And I schedule maybe a telephone meeting sometimes. It is a pain meet all this Attorney General. So how she needs me not LDA. And I really commend you for what you guys are doing litigation that it should. Yeah, see what he lead on hot on hot in us touching hand I so not yeah, see so all these fancy words that's going our way, that's what I want. She had all this. Thank you. Give my time to Elmer, the rest of my time to Elmer today. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. That, Honorable O'Hare, go ahead and go to Honorable Elmer Gay, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Are you good? I mean, no, he gave it to you. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you. 我是拿到现在已经受是拿到a delegate from for Chinle chapter. Out of Dr. AG, I know that we're trying to get this water that I'm talking about. It's for the whole southwest part of the reservation, and the thing that we wanted to know is more about is the person that we wanted to know the community, and as far as I know that I think to go deeper into start talking not only the water rights but talking about the uses of the water, how we can use that water, and I think we need to talk to somebody that's with the Water Rights Commission for the southwest part of the reservation. I know that I call, but they haven't really gone on to their to where the communities are. I think as far as I know that Dalcon Hospital Steering Committee or the one that's I would say that they're leading the water rights and also the uses of the water. I was asking yesterday the BIA on the consent for the water line from Luke to Dalcon, the lateral there. So I think that we're trying to meet with some people again, you know, that water that be coming from there and that will serve Dalcon and Bird Spring and others like Tisto, White Cone, and Indian Wells. So this is a big discussion that's going on. So we need anybody that's part of this that can help us, how we can not only regarding how to make a big plan. I think that's what's missing from here, and I know that these studies are going on, but I don't think nobody, all the professional people that are hydrologists and all the engineers that haven't gone to the chapter, the community, what they would need, what this water, how much do they need. I know that right now we're only looking at is the water that comes into our home, and that's about the thing that we're all looking at about for economic development and how to use that water to sustain the whole community. That part of it is missing, and I would say that who would be the best person to talk to. That's the reason why I was asking how the northern delegates can help us, how to develop regarding maybe the BIA too, that we need to start thinking about the water that we could use to sustain this community as for farming, and I think that's what we would need. And then as for
Brigade time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Madam AG.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Daniel So raised some issues regarding BLM and BIA in the non-presentation to the leadership about their proposed plan, and I'm not privy to that plan, but I wanted to let you know that the water activities that you expressed concern about I share your concern, And, you know, the particular area in the aquifer that is at issue is the home area for our incoming water rights AAG. And so I will certainly ask her to follow up to get the plan and to, you know, to figure out how it impacts that community and how we can address that impact. So I will certainly make that commitment to you to work with Michelle Brown-Yazzie to follow up on your concern. And then I just wanted to thank you for reminding me about the email that you sent regarding the Office of the Special Trustee and their non-action with respect to the breach of the critical information, you know, the LRT information that's there. And it is highly concerning. I know the last council session we had, we'd also talked about some, you know, following up on some breach of attorney-client confidential information, which our office is certainly doing. And I will make that commitment to follow up on this matter as well. One of the things, if I can share this with the council and just be as candid as possible, is, you know, for some of these matters that are brought to my attention, I have a strong desire to follow up on the requests and the information personally. And I know that I can't do it all. And I need to be better this next quarter about delegating some of these critical matters to my very capable staff. And so this is one that I held on to because I was wanting to personally follow up. But I will, I'll designate somebody within my office to follow up on that and keep me in the loop so that I at least feel I'm still connected to it. So, but thank you for reminding me that is there in my inbox. And we look forward to the requests from Ojo Encino chapter regarding their legal representation. And like I said, Rod will work with them however best meets the needs of the chapter. And I know that some chapters do hire their own outside counsel, and that's fine too. We review those agreements and work with those attorneys as well. And then I'll ask Rod to follow up on the issue you raised regarding the funding regarding hazard pay that's not getting to the certified chapters. I know that Rod has been providing information to chapters with respect to this particular issue, and I know that there's some differences between the special duty pay at the central government level as opposed to the chapter level, and he's the best equipped to have that conversation. But I'll have him follow up with you just to make sure that he understands the particular issue. I mean, I will share it. You know, I will share my interpretation of it, but I will also connect you so that if I interpret it incorrectly, you can correct it, and then Rod can certainly follow up with you and with the chapters that are having those issues. Delegate Smith really raised issues relating to the Newlands. And I can tell you that regarding the IGUA, I am familiar with what it is. I have not personally reviewed it, but I get copied on all the email correspondence and the exchanges that are going on, including while you were talking, there was exchanges going on between my office and O'Neill regarding that particular agreement. And the last email I got was that DOJ was going to accept all the changes that were made and send it over to the Nahatsil Commission governance person that is also involved in those discussions. But these email exchanges have been going on since the very end of September. And so it's been an ongoing exchange to get that agreement in place. And it sounds like it's at the very tail end of it here. So I just wanted to provide that update. And then regarding the allotted lands issue, I was not aware. So thank you for sharing the issue regarding the jurisdictional challenge, or at least the way it's expressed by NPD to the community members there with respect to NPD lacking jurisdiction within that area. I will certainly look into that. I know that there's a directive coming to DOJ to do that, but I'll commit to you without the directive to do that. I know that Paul Spoon within our office has worked on jurisdictional issues, and I will task him to work with our HSGU unit on this particular issue. And then I appreciate all the delegates who came to all or part of our litigation update. It was a long update over the course of 2 days, and I certainly know and share the the inability to make every meeting and get all the updates, even though they're all important. And so if there's any particular matter that any delegate is interested in, we are certainly happy to report out on that if you're unable to make those litigation updates. But we try to work with the Speaker's office to schedule those dates to minimize the potential conflicts. And we enjoy having those conversations and exchanges with you regarding the litigation work that we're doing here at DOJ. Delegate Yellow Hair raised the issue about Peabody completing their reclamation of the land and water at the mine. And I just wanted to share that those are requirements under federal law, and they do have a reclamation plan for that, and we will certainly hold them accountable to that plan. And then regarding the Judicial Services lawsuit, the judgment that was issued in the nation's favor, and the nation received it was a $15 million judgment that included interest. So the total amount that came to the nation was a little over $18 million. And the controller did confirm receipt of the wire transfer of funding. Those, I've provided an update, a written update, but those will come in as general fund dollars. It's coming from the U.S. Department of Treasury Judgment Fund. So there aren't any, federal restrictions or requirements on what the nation has to do with that funding. And so it's certainly up to the Navajo Nation Council to allocate that funding to the judicial branch or otherwise. And then finally, Delegate, I will look forward to your telephone call and talking about the legislation that you'll drop, and we certainly are willing to review that for you and for any delegate. And you mentioned my my uncle James Francis, and yeah, he did pass on in 2017. And it's interesting you brought up his name today, because I know that talking about these issues that are going on in the Shiprock area, I was having a conversation about that with somebody, I can't even remember who, in the recent past, and I was sharing that some of my fondest memories of growing up in Chinle are being at my grandmother's farm and being in that field and planting corn and squash and melons, and my uncle was certainly a very integral part of all of that. And so I think that's why I'm particularly concerned with what's going on in the Shiprock area, not just from a legal perspective, but just from a, growing up on the Navajo Nation perspective, and having those, fond memories of planting and doing that as a family, and having those connections and learning all those lessons out there. And so thank you for mentioning him. It was very nice. And then Delegate Bigay, I wanted to just share with you that I serve on the Water Rights Commission in my capacity as Attorney General. So I'll certainly look forward to having a conversation about the use for your area of the nation for the water, and make sure that the commission has it on its radar. I will raise that and look forward to that discussion. Ahiahat.
Thank you, McPaul. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have a new individual. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, we just got off of the call with the Office of Attorney General for New Mexico. Oh, I'm sorry, the U.S. Attorney General for New Mexico. And so I wanted to, with that momentum, if we can coordinate a call of regular, at least quarterly, to understand the U.S. attorneys when they decline a case and how we can help the Office of the Prosecutor have a fuller idea of what's happening when cases are deferred for federal prosecution. Our concern has always been Navajo Nation statute of limitation. So we did try a few years ago to change that Title 17 laws. I'm not sure where that's at. And I think especially as we talk about sexual assault cases against our children, for them to have a statute of limitation does a disservice to the child in terms of their healing. And then also then these perpetrators continue to walk around our communities where the community perpetrated this crime, and then they have no criminal record, no type of resources to get them the help that they need to stop inflicting violence on our children. The second part is in terms of help me understand what we need to do to support and fully fund the Office of the Prosecutor. I think the last check-in was at one point 1,000 caseloads per district. I think as a nation, we've talked about victim rights, prosecution of cases, we talked about bootlegging and crime. And so I'm trying to look upstream so that we can support the prosecutors. And then also what are ways that we can get more prosecutors, not only licensed attorneys, but, the backbone for a lot of work that I do are advocates. That's also tribal liaison, tribal law advocates. We get them, working with the colleges, pathway so that we have folks who can help prosecutors, and I'll reserve time. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, thank you, Madam Chair and everybody. Let me go back on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. If there's nobody else that's wanting, no new individuals. Okay, that Honorable Brown, 1 minute, 3 seconds. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown going twice. I don't see him. Is he on there? Honorable Brown. I see you.
I have the speaker. I waive the rest of my time. Yeah.
Okay. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 13 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, yeah, and
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Speaker, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to bring this another issue that pertains to Peabody. When Peabody left me, they did really nothing for us in Black Mesa. Road in 41 should have been paved all the way down to Fort Slate. There's nothing for us. And then we also asked for there's a big water reservoir right there in the community. They don't want that there to be refilled in there. They want that dam to be as is. Right now, that dam is dry now. So anyway, the roads need to be taken care of somehow. I don't know how we can do it. I don't know that the Doreen McPaul, the attorney, can follow up with the Peabody and what's all the deals, and maybe ask them to come back and pay for a road which has been used majority of the Black Mesa, Kayenta, and Chichimbito, Shanto, and not just on the road connection all the way down to the Hopi and Orabi, and then down to Hopi Culture Group road goes to down to Flagstaff or Payson. These roads need to be taken care, and also the students use it during the regular school season to high school basketball game, football game. This road needs to be paved somehow. That's what we need, the road out there in 41. And I'd like to reserve my time. Speaker, thank you.
What? Reserve your time at 34 seconds. That, I don't have anybody else on the board, so I'm gonna go back to Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for Delegate Crotty for attending the call today, the consultation with the New Mexico U.S. Attorney. I had planned to listen in on that as well, and wasn't able to this morning. And I look forward to an update from our Office of the Prosecutor on that consultation. And just for the council's knowledge, there's also a consultation with the Arizona U.S. Attorney's Office scheduled for November, and it's a Navajo specific consultation for the Navajo region, as opposed to New Mexico's consultation today involved all the other tribes and pueblos in New Mexico. So I just appreciate Delegate Crotty and Hope McDonald for their work in that regard. And I know with respect to the declination decisions, a lot of information is not shared with either the decision-making process or those kinds of things. And we hope to have some more transparency with our federal partners on those kinds of issues. But through our Department of Justice and our Office of the Prosecutor, we will help to do our jobs to keep the community safe. So if the council is considering legislation and wants our Office of the Prosecutor to assist in that regard, our acting chief prosecutor has been very diligent in making herself available to address those issues as they come up at council. In terms of the needs for the Office of the Prosecutor in fully funding the prosecutor's office, as well as ensuring that we have more advocates, just a couple updates. I know that our Office of the Prosecutor has significant challenges with respect to, for example, in the Dilcon area, they don't have a space in the community anymore to function. And so, trying to find office space is one of the challenges. And I know that our prosecutor's office often will share that not only are they under-resourced, but also sort of unacknowledged. And I met with the prosecutor's office at a retreat that they had last year. And I know it was interesting to hear the comments from the staff that they hadn't, some of the staff that's worked there for decades had never met a deputy attorney general. had never met the Attorney General. And these are, people that are within our divisions and departments. And so I made a commitment very early on to make sure to highlight the work of our prosecutor's office and to fully support the office, including for the last budget cycle, to fully fund the office, including their vacancies, so that they could fill those positions and fulfill their obligations, their public safety obligations, to play their part in keeping our community safe. We had more of a challenge doing that this fiscal year, planning for the budget, the upcoming budget, just because of the way the funding was allocated between general dollars and IDC dollars, which I'm happy to share more about if needed. But we certainly are trying to do that. And just as I've heard today, wanting to allocate funding to the courts, wanting to secure additional funding for our Department of Public Safety, I just ask the leadership to also keep in mind our prosecutor's office that play a important role in the public safety of the Navajo Nation. And so in order for our prosecutors to do their jobs and file complaints on the investigations and the complaints that come from our Department of Public Safety, and to be able to present those to the courts, they're a critical bridge in that work. And so I just ask the council keep them in mind when you're allocating or securing additional funding for public safety. And then I just wanted to share that in terms of securing more advocates, our prosecutor's office is primarily made up of advocates, which we really like. And we just had 2 new hires that passed the Navajo Nation bar. So we have 2 brand new advocates. And Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Yellowhair, raised the issue about the roads requiring pavement, the Peabody roads. And I will follow up with INDOT and task our Natural Resources Unit to work with INDOT to see how that might be able to be accomplished. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Any further comments, questions? Honorable Lona? Claire?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, and Attorney General, Ms. McPaul. Thank you very much for your report. And I did listen in on your updates. I really appreciate that. I guess I really don't have a lot of questions on it. You explained it a lot really well. I appreciate all that update and everything that all your staff has presented. I just wanted to let you know that. And with that, thank you very much. Speaker, I'd like to hand the rest of my time over to Delegate Raymond Smith. Thank you.
That 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council Delegate. Thank you, Delegate Halona, for letting me have a few additional minutes to speak on behalf of the issues that we face with every day on the Navajo Nation. And I'm glad that Attorney General is willing to provide research and to actually assist in the needs of our people. She may not. That's why she moved her family back, and I appreciate her services and her endeavors to do that for our people in the Navajo Nation, and it's constantly growing. As we know that the census is past 300 some odd numbers, and probably even more than that. I don't know until they do the final census. However, I'd like to take the aspect back down to the area of Nahatadzi, which serves Sanders, Hauk, Lupton, Wide Ruins, and Klagatow. behalf of the fire services. We used to be with the, well, we still are with the Perko Fire Department, which is under Apache County. And when they were part of the fire services, the District 3 supervisor at the time said that we're under Apache County and services would be provided at no charge. However, now they're charging for any fires, whether it's trash fire, whether it's structural fires, whether it's wildland fires, within the jurisdiction of the Nutadzi, Sanders, Plagato, Wide Ruins, Lupton, Houck area, and folks are not pleased about that because they don't have the funds to be paid for such heavy equipment and fire suppression and all the cost that entails in behalf of combating these fires. So the chapters are wanting to know, how can we address this? Number one is that Udzi has been promised to have fire services through the 1974 Settlement Act, and yet we're just relying on the Perko Fire Department. And the obligation of that being provided should have been provided at the get-go of the 1974 Settlement Act, when they did purchase the land and they did move folks out to the Nutadzi area. And we're up against homes that are clusters. They fail to put up water piping there for fire hydrants. They shortchange the cluster homes, and they don't have no fire suppression or fire hydrants at any corner of the cluster homes that are throughout the Nutadzi area. And for a fire department to get out from Sanders out to the furthest location, it takes them about a good 30 minutes just to get there. And there's no water out there. There's no fire hydrant. So these are the things that I'm looking to AG. How do we address this Perko Fire Department and fire services? I know that there's a tax dollars that were given to the Navajo Nation or to the fire department. But I think that on behalf of the 1974 settlement, they should be the forefront of making sure that there is fire suppression for the new lands and the impacted areas surrounding the new lands area. That's my concern. And I thank you again, Delegate Halona, for giving me time to present this to AG. And I don't want to make another directive on this, but I'd like to have maybe her team research this and see what we can do and see how we can address this, because there's many promises that are just not being fulfilled. And this is one of the big promises, because homes are subject to burn. Thank you, Speaker. We'll end it here. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, new player. Chairman Hino. Chairman?
Okay, can you hear me? So this Speaker Damon.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Those from the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Madam AG Doreen McPaul. Just listening to all the conversation here. I was on the call this morning with Chief Francisco and BIA Eastern Agency regarding issues with Tojule chapter and the high spikes that they've been experiencing in the COVID positive cases. And they've been reaching out for help and to Navajo Nation to help deal with this spike in positive cases. So therefore, we had a long, good discussion. And one of the ideas that, because Tojule is so isolated, and there's only 2 roads that go into the community. I need some help from Department of Justice regarding security for the community. Navajo PD is so stretched thin with all the calls that they have been receiving. And even in yesterday's paper, there was a man that was in a shootout with the Navajo police in St. Michael's area. So issues like this take him away from providing public security for communities like Tojule and Alamo. Therefore, my proposal was to hire a private security firm to be out in Tojule and Alamo just to monitor and maintain the entrance to the communities. Not to be patrolling the community, but just to set up a checkpoint to monitor who goes in and out. If there's any outsiders, to turn them away, and also to issue public education materials. So with that, Madam AG, I'll be calling upon you and your staff for assistance in making this a reality. And this will be using the CARES fund that has been allocated to the chapter to hire this private security firm for visibility and comfort of the citizens in Tojule, knowing that there is a physical presence of some sort of security to monitor the exits. Reserve my time, Speaker.
That. Continue. Reserve time with 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Moving on down, the player, Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Madam Attorney General, thank you for presenting your reports to the Navajo Nation Council. Particularly what Key Allen alluded to this morning, the contracts of 638. The way you beginning to understand is that the contract negotiation begins with the Department of Justice, and that negotiation process that goes on is between the Department of Justice and the program. And in this particular case is public safety. And nowhere in that discussion leadership was involved. So that is my main concern there. To at least, to be provided a draft of a draft copy of the proposal, and whether it's a proposal that is still in the process. And the way I understand it now is that even when Nabik committee approves it, it's still as a proposal. And there was one point in time where the attorney there indicated we can't change it. And that proposal that was going through the legislative process had the official signature of the Navajo Nation president. And so with that, with the amendments that happens to any of the 638 contract, what happens to that? Does the president have to re-sign that document and reinitial where his initial is required on that document, on that proposal? And then also is that during the time of the negotiation, just informing leadership is something that I really stress that needs to happen. And then that's one. The other is that within Tuba City we have areas that is different land status. And we come across jurisdictional issues. And I myself seen the Navajo Nation exercise their jurisdiction on state jurisdiction. And I'm worried that they're going to get themselves in trouble once they do that. Someone's going to test them. Someone's going to tell them you don't have jurisdiction here. And especially if they hurt someone gets hurt, there will be a lawsuit. And I'm not too sure if the attorneys are talking with the public safety related to private land within Tuba City. That is adjacent within McDonald's, there at Babbitt Trailer Court and so forth. And we have an issue of jurisdictional issue there. Then the other, we have a secretarial ordered land, which the secretarial order happened in 1902. But in 1936, the land came into trust. What happened to that secretarial ordered land? Because I understand the secretarial ordered land is government land. So when the land was turned into trust in 1934, did that land status transfer with the nation? And that's what I asked BIA yesterday. And there's other issues relating to the establishment of the executive order within the Tuba City administrative area. There's 2 executive orders that happened with the former Bennett Freeze case. So when the Bennett Freeze was lifted, does the administrative area automatically go away with the executive orders that were put in place to establish the Navajo administrative area and Hopi administrative area within that within the community of Tuba City? Because the administrative area is something that is still referred to by BIA.
About auto show time.
So that's a concern, and just want to have a discussion with you on that. And thank you very much.
With that, I don't see anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 13 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Attorney General, for the report. Just waiting to do the directive, and it's just plain and simple to find out where we stand on the jurisdictional aspects of it, so we'll be clear, and there'll be no question about where we all are for the allottees and those that live on the allotted lands. Thank you, sir.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. 34 seconds.
Hello, Yate, Speaker. Shirin Sash. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, Yate, this is another issue we have in Forest Lake area. Since his dad is just right near by Peabody, we need a replace a new chapter house too. Since this chapter has been built about 50 years ago, and we'd like to request if Peabody can pay us up to, I'd like to ask our Attorney General to follow up on this with the Peabody. And I need your help, see what we can do. Since we are very short funding, underfunded, Navajo Nation would have very less revenue next year. It's going to be even worse. And meanwhile, our gaming, Navajo Nation gaming is also all closed. We haven't opened up back up yet. Here, the game is still have to pay back $192 million for all those capital expenditures for the buildings. Although I'd like to have my reserve my time. Thank you.
Jimmy O here. We're out of time. Moving on down, back to Madam Attorney General. Floor is yours to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Halona, I just want to say thank you for your kind comments. I know you didn't have any questions, but I just want to say that I appreciate your comments and your support. And I know that there were several jurisdictional issues that were raised by several delegates that I will go through. For Delegate Smith, regarding the fire services in the Nahatsil area, before the pandemic hit, I was in Washington, D.C. to do some voting rights testimony, and was able to sit in on some of the meetings with congressional folks, and was able to hear the updates and the advocacy that you provided on behalf of your communities. And I recall the issue with respect to the failure in these cluster home areas to put up the appropriate water piping for the water hydrants, and figuring out how to address that. We'll certainly follow up on that. Well, I'm going to assign it to our Human Services and Government Unit, but also ask LU, our litigation unit, to assist with some of the jurisdictional issues that'll be raised, and then probably also our Tax and Finance Unit, so that if there is the availability of tax dollars to go to that, that is explored. So I commit to following up on that for you, Delegate Smith. And Delegate Henio, I appreciate the concerns that you raised regarding the Tohajili area, and I know that there has been an upspike in COVID cases in the community there, and I know that they're very close. I mean, it's certainly remote, but also a community that is close to an urban area, as compared to other areas of the nation. And so I know that some of the tracing has been to that sort of commuting between the community and the urban areas there. And I like your idea about having security to man the road there, and to ensure, one, to enforce the public health emergency orders, but also to ensure the and limit the spread of COVID-19 in the community. And I look forward to your call for assistance in that regard. I can tell you that this is certainly a matter that has been raised within our office with the Office of the Prosecutor, because they also hear the concerns, and NPD is certainly stretched very thin, not just in this area, but in other areas as well. And because of the issues going on in the community right now, I think that's what you propose is a good idea. And there's a call later today, and I know our acting chief prosecutor is listening, and so she can share the concern on the call as well with the Department of Public Safety in addressing this issue. And I know Dr. Jim will be on that call as well in the Health Command Center. But this sounds like something that I'm hoping they can perhaps. One idea is to spend some of the CARES dollars to ensure that there's security or some kind of control of access to the community on those two roads. And if I get any updates from that meeting later today, Chairman Henio, I will certainly share that with you, or I'll ask Jen Henry to share that with you. Delegate So raised a couple of concerns related to the 638 contracts and the negotiations. And, we take, at Department of Justice, we take direction from the programs, but we also take direction from the council and the leadership. And certainly whatever the policy is of the nation with respect to 638 contracting or negotiating, we will certainly follow your lead. And I don't know why a draft proposal could not be shared in advance with leadership. A lot of times these annual negotiations that happen, it's sort of the starting point is the last year's, annual funding agreement or the last year's 638 contract, and what changes need to be made to that agreement for the following year. And so a lot of times it's the, primarily the same contract, but, just sort of updating either figures or the work if the program's expanding or whatever the case may be. I think that we certainly can include leadership, and we should include leadership early on in that process. And I'm happy to work with the leadership to do that. Not just for the 638 contracts, but all of our agreements if that's necessary. And then Delegate, so with respect to the areas with the different land status and the jurisdictional issues in the Tuba City area, I know we talked just briefly about it at the last council session, and I do have somebody looking into those jurisdictional issues. I have some preliminary information that I'm certainly happy to share with you. And I don't know if there have been conversations, for example, with our Human Services and Government Unit with our Department of Public Safety or NPD regarding the private land in the area or jurisdictional issues. Jurisdictional conversations. I think a lot of our work is client driven. And so if the department's asking us questions, we respond. But certainly for this matter, I can commit to being proactive and providing that guidance as opposed to waiting to be asked for the guidance. And that way, if there are liability issues, like what you mentioned, if somebody is hurt and the jurisdiction is tested, we certainly want to be prepared for that. So I will certainly follow up on your concerns and share that information with you as well. And then I don't know enough about the executive orders and the trust status of the land there and those kind of things, and what happens with that administrative area after the land goes into trust. But we do have folks who are working on issues in the Bennett Freeze area and issues relating to, like I mentioned before, holding ONER accountable for their federal responsibilities. And so I think this is an issue that I will refer to Susan and to deputy and to our outside counsel that's working on those issues to follow up with you, Delegate, so if that's okay. And then I think the final ask or the final question comment from Delegate Yellowhair was related to the Forest Lake area and the need to replace the chapter house and whether Peabody can pay for that. And we'll certainly look into that. I'm gonna make myself a note right now to see what the possibilities are or for that. I know that there's other areas where there's, chapter houses that need some follow-up as well. And so I'm gonna ask Rod to help me with this as well as our natural resources unit. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam PG. With that, we'll go ahead and go on down. Individual in the queue, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me. Madam AG. Thank you for your presentation and also for giving us the DOJ litigation update last week on both days. It was a lot of information, but I do appreciate you sharing that information with us. And then also the open door policy that you have and allowing us to come in and talk to you about the concerns that we have. And then also your work with Law and Order Committee. I really appreciate all the work that you've done. And the statement that you made about how some people have never met their AG, I used to work in the prosecutor's office, and I was never given time to meet with the AG, nor was I given time to meet with the deputy AG. So it's good that you are reaching out and that you're making those type of connections, because it really does mean a lot to employees to have that type of, I guess, open door policy in place. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to give the rest of my time to Shitui Honorable Otto. So Madam AG, thank you for everything.
Honorable Otto, so 3 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'll definitely take this time. And Madam Chair, yeah, thank you for allowing me to utilize your time. I appreciate it very much. With that, moving forth, a lot of these issues related to jurisdiction, I believe we need to have a conversation across the Navajo Nation, because Indian allotment lands, the way I understand it, and the way I have understand Indian allotment land is that the Navajo Nation has no jurisdiction on there, and somewhere we have to hold the federal government responsible for providing or what is the solution for law enforcement at that for those Indian allotment sites. You know, do we have to really work with the counties? Because in Tuba City we have an Indian allotment land, and then we have state land there. And when something happens, the Navajo Nation does not have the jurisdiction. There was an incident at the Tuba City Quality Inn where a non-Navajo passed on in his vehicle. And the person was in his vehicle for more than 12 hours. Navajo Nation Police Department, a Navajo Nation police officer, he sat the site there until the county, Coconino County, got on site. And that was Sunday about 2 o'clock. And I remember coming back from Winter Rock. I came back after Sunday morning, about 1 o'clock. I drove back into Tuba City. And I remember seeing that police officer parked there. I was wondering what's going on. So things like that happen. And there was a hospital up the road from by the Tuba City Trading Post. But yet, the Navajo Nation just didn't have the jurisdiction to make a call. You know, what if there was ample time to save that person's life, send them to the hospital? But again, our officers couldn't touch it. So there's issues like that, and I think you being our Attorney General, we need to have that conversation related to the jurisdictional issue, because I'm glad that Navajo County and Navajo County and Apache County really helps the Navajo Nation. Coconino County doesn't do anything. They just hover around along the reservation borders where it borders the states, the state property, and they just cherry pick Navajos and they pull them over for speeding, especially in the first of the month. And I have pointed this out to our county sheriff so many times at our meetings, and he just keeps telling us, "Oh, we're going to hire somebody. We're going to hire somebody." Our county supervisor says the same thing. "Oh, we're going to hire somebody." But then, we have to make sure, you know, the Navajo citizens that vote in these counties, we have that voice at the county level. And Navajo's voice is not being heard in certain counties, and I'm sure that's the same for New Mexico. So we have to have that discussion and to try to have a broader public safety strategy across Navajo due to the different land status. And And I really hope that our vice president and our president advocates for it, because I haven't seen anything related to the advocacy
Honorable Otto, time.
of the jurisdiction for them to assist Navajo. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, I don't have anybody else. We go back to reserve time, 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Chairman Henio.
Kia hana to the Speaker Damon. Thank you for the recognition here, launching the 24th Navajo Nation Council. One other thing I wanted to bring up, Shema, Madam AG, is this morning on the call with Chief Francisco, he stated, I asked a question about the issues of citations for criminal nuisance and how the progress of it was during the weekend lockdowns. Because I hear people being out and about and everything, and they're not. And he says we really can't issue any citations because the officers are so bogged down with criminal calls and answering to criminal issues that this has fallen by the wayside. And so therefore my thinking is I need your help in research, your team to research the idea of hiring a semi-law enforcement personnel just to enforce these curfews or issue citations within the scope of the law, meaning like a constable, idea of a constable or something like that, to where I can drop legislation to add this type of personnel just solely for the purpose of enforcing public health orders and the issuance of citations. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 54 seconds. With that, go back to Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Charles Newton, I appreciate your comments. And, you didn't mention this, but you reached out regarding concerns. Same with Delegate Ricky Nez about the San Juan River area. And I had the opportunity on one of my visits to Shiprock to meet with constituents at some meetings that you arranged. And those meetings were critical to our civil litigation and providing information to the court to show what the impacts are on the farmers and residents of that area. So I just want to also thank you for making those arrangements and for your advocacy in that area. Like I said, it was very helpful for our civil litigation and the orders that we've been able to receive for the community in that area. Delegate Otto, so, beyond the issues of jurisdiction with just the state land or the county land, we also have jurisdictional issues, with our federal partners, Navajo Nation jurisdiction, and then in your area, also including Hopi jurisdiction. And, it doesn't just depend on the land status, also just depends on whether there's a criminal matter or a civil matter. And then for these cases, it also depends on the status of the the plaintiff and the respondent, or the victim and the perpetrator, whether they're non-Indian or not, whether they're Navajo or not. And so I always think of jurisdictional issues as sort of like a Rubik's Cube, right? You've got to twist it and turn it depending on what all of the various factors are for the particular incident that's at hand. And that's what makes these issues particularly complicated. But for the areas that you've identified, if we know the land status, we certainly can provide some guidance on, depending on whether it's a non-Indian victim, if it's a civil matter or criminal, we could certainly provide some guidance on what that would look like. And we're happy to do that. And for civil matters, my office would certainly provide that guidance to our police department. But also for criminal matters, I know that when these things are happening in real time, our police department and our prosecutor's office work closely together. And so before there's a citation or a charge, they can staff those issues with our Office of the Prosecutor so that we get the jurisdictional analysis right as well at the forefront. And I like what you were encouraging, especially during a voting season, to make sure that people in not just Coconino County, but in all of our the 11 counties and the 3 states that the nation is within, that people get out and vote. And then the last question was from Delegate Henio. And, one of the things with respect to the public health order, the citations for criminal nuisance, if you look at the chart in our written report on page 14, there was 279 COVID-related citations that were issued in the last quarter. And the quarter before that, there was over 1,000. So there certainly is quite a fewer number of citations that were issued in the past quarter. And for To'ajale, there were 0. For Alamo, there were 0, and for Rama, there was 30. And so I think in thinking through these particular issues, and I'm going to task our Office of the Prosecutor to help think through this, Rama seems to be doing something that is effective for the community. And so I'll staff that with our chief prosecutor, and one of us will certainly get back to you on how we can enforce these orders to keep not just these communities, but all of our communities safer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that I got the individual up in the queue, Honorable James. Let's go over to you. Honorable James, the floor is yours. Honorable James. Honorable James, I can see you might have to press *6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to press *6. Yeah, I'm all talking away. Speaker, all members of the council, Madam AG, yesterday I asked a question to Bart Stephen in regards to HPL. We do have some Navajo citizens that live on the HPL, and I brought it up at one of our Navajo Hopi Land Commission in regards to public safety, because these individuals were saying, when we call the police officer, Navajo Nation Police, they don't come to serve us because they tell us that we are on HPL. So that brought me a big concern and question in regards to who is the primary tribal entity that oversees this HPL when it comes to counting them, and then which tribe receives funds on behalf of these HPL individuals. Is it the Hopi or is it the Navajo Nation that receives funds on behalf of these Navajo citizens that are trying to say, hey, I have an emergency over here, but then they're told, hey, while you're on HPL, you need to go deal with Hopi, and then vice versa with Hopi. So there's that concern that I have, and if you could, if you have an answer, that'd be great. Other than that, I don't know if you're going to refer me back to census or if you have any information in regards to that. With that, that will be my only question. The rest of my time, I'll go ahead and give to Chanela Honorable Autoso. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable James. So reserve time of 2 minutes, 55 seconds. It's going to over to Honorable Autoso.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Shanelle, Mr. James, Honorable James, for the time, and I appreciate it. I did behind the that is with that, Madam Attorney General, there's definitely a lot of jurisdictional issues that we really need to sit down and have that discussion related across the Navajo Nation. Whether the oversight committee, we as the Law and Order need to come to the table and have the have that discussion and identify all the land status. The other is that the fire departments across Navajo, such as what Honorable Raymond Smith and Honorable Mr. Bench Jane and the fire department in Kayenta. These fire departments are serviced by the county, but they're in Navajo. And how we could try to get them some of our resources to assist the Navajo citizens related that are in those areas. And they are picking up sales tax in that area for fire department, for fire safety. But the sales tax dollars are not going to service those people in those areas, such as Ganado or Kayenta or Oljeto, Honorable Daniels area. So we have to have that discussion. The other is that, just to tell you, thank you very much, Madam Attorney General, for all you do. We as the Navajo Nation leadership need to look at ways to increase your funding. Many of us delegates speak of many things that you need to address on behalf of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. But funding is something that your office really, really lacks. And we need to find a way to keep that stream of revenue going into the Department of Justice so you can protect the nation's interests, whether it's at the state level, at the county level, or at the federal government level. But of that, we have to have that discussion amongst leadership. And what I would request, Madam Attorney General, is that give us a realistic budget of what your office needs and a budget so that we, the Navajo Nation Council, can start looking at how we could try to fulfill that need. because definitely we cannot do without the Department of Justice related to everything that's related to the nation, whether it's healthcare, education, public safety, and everything. But again, thank you very much, Madam Attorney General.
You on about so time. That I don't have anybody else in queue, so let me go back to Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate James and Delegate Adoso for the questions here. And thank you for your work with the Law and Order Committee, my Oversight Committee. I appreciate the working relationship that we have. Delegate James, I did hear your questions yesterday to the BIA regarding the count for the folks that live on the HPL area. And I'm not going to refer you to the census because I know that that certainly plays a factor in a type of funding that is made available for the communities. But I think there's also a separate question about how folks are counted, for example, in user population for the IHS facilities, for example, or for, I think that what the primary issue that I'm hearing about today from the leadership here is really related to not just jurisdiction, but also law enforcement and the ability for, or fire to respond to the needs of the community. And so I don't have an answer for you, but it reminds me and is related to the questions that Delegate So asked me earlier regarding the executive orders. And I don't know the answer, but I will follow up. And I have, a team of folks that are working on issues specific to HPL area. And so I'll just task them to follow up and look into these specific questions. And again, I'll include you in that conversation so that the question that I'm asking is, certainly reflective of the information that you are seeking. So I will certainly follow up with you on that, Delegate James. And then for Delegate Otto, so again, I do agree that we do need a conversation on jurisdictional issues across the nation. With the Law and Order Committee, it would be a great start, and to include in Navajo PD, which is also under your oversight, to not just, we certainly, land status is one of the issues, and identifying the land status is one of the issues, but also figuring out how to serve these communities, whether it's with the sales tax or, figuring out what other funding resources can assist in these, primarily it sounds like public safety needs in the communities for law enforcement and fire. So I think that that is, with all of the issues that were raised by several delegates relating to jurisdiction and NPD follow-up, I think that we'll follow up on those issues to be able to have that conversation with Law and Order and answer all the questions that you've raised here today. And I think the last issue is with respect to the funding for Department of Justice. And I think Delegate So for raising this issue, and we certainly will put together a realistic budget for the Department of Justice so that to present to the leadership. And we'll start with LOC, and we'll also present some ideas on maybe how the council can fulfill some of those budgetary needs. One thought that has come to mind recently, particularly with some of the successful lawsuits that we've had in the recent past that have included awards of attorney's fees, for example. If there is a way for the council to reallocate those attorney fees awards to our department to fixed cost litigation or to support our technology needs, that is, one one way, or at least one idea of meeting those budgetary needs. But we'll start with presenting the budget, and then maybe presenting some thoughts that we have on fulfilling those budgetary needs. But I thank you for raising that concern. Yeah.
Thank you. Paul, with that, have anybody else in the queue? Let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Hino, 54 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Solicitor Damon. Just one area that wasn't answered, but maybe we can work on it further, is legislation to hire personnel to enforce public health orders and issue some citations, and how we can put this as part of the law, aside from police officers. Maybe let's work on that. Other than that, thank you, Madam AG, for all your services, and your staff, especially Mel Rodas. He's always had the meetings I chair, and I always appreciate his input when it comes to legal questions. So, and I'm glad he has been promoted to Assistant Attorney General. Thank you so much for that promotion. I'll put it on social to list Speaker Damon. Wait my time.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Oh, yes. Got to give the honor auto. So, that new player, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, Speaker, honorable members of the council, the listening audience, question to the presenter, Madam AG. Appreciate the report here, and I appreciate the ongoing discussion, questions and answers with yourself and council. Appreciate that. And I mentioned by colleagues a number of times were issues relating to HPL. Well, that is a very critical area of need and very critical area of concern for all of us. What I call for, because our people are living in another tribal jurisdiction where they are subject to the jurisdiction's laws and policies and rules and customs and whatnot. So I can't help but think about how that's been for years now, and it continues to be as such, where the Navajo residents on HPL have the expectation that the Navajo government oversees them and is there to support and to assist them, 24/7. And then, by the same, they expect the host tribe to be the same expectation, 24/7 protection, oversight, and service. Recently, I traveled out to HPL residents north of Tulani Lake, small, what used to be known as Sand Springs area, Navajo community out there, and visited residents. And in my discussions with them, a number of them mentioned how that continues to be a problem and a concern for them, is that looking to two tribal governments for support, for services, round-the-clock protection, and that sometimes they have to choose which tribe is most likely to help. That really bothered me, to know that our people are subject to that. And they said it's been going on for years. So that's a human rights issue, as I know, by any standard, by any definition. But it is a reality, and sometimes you pick up the phone and talk to tribal officials on either side of the line. Of course, they'll tell you, well, no, we are serving them. We are there for them. We're the responsible government and so forth. But the indicators that's not is coming from the people themselves. In some cases, they're elders. They're not making it up. Madam AG is the legal authority, highest legal law enforcement office on the nation. I look to you to just think about that, and that forms the basis of our advocacy that you're hearing today from my colleagues. HPL, there are needs there are situations. This is year 2020, and we're right in the middle of a pandemic. The needs of the people across our land, in the 3 states, 110 chapters, and then this situation here where we have our relatives, our people living in another tribal jurisdictions where there's uncertainties as to how they may get assistance. And some have mentioned, okay, whose CARES Act fund can we look to for assistance? No. And I don't want to go down the detail because, it's disheartening. Madam AG, this is not a request. This is just a voice of an advocacy from an elected leader who represents an area where there are HPL residents. And then I'm reminded sometimes, well, they're in a different jurisdiction, so you don't represent them. Thank you, Speaker.
That, I don't have anybody else. We go back to you, Ma'am AG.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up questions here. And Delegate Henio, I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question the first time. I think what I was hoping is that there is a meeting today between the Health Command Center and the Department of Public Safety, as well as our prosecutor's office, specific on the issues that are happening in To'ajale and the inability of the police department to be able to respond to those needs and how to address that. And so what I was hoping was to be able to provide a follow-up to you, or have Jen Henry provide a follow-up to you after their meeting today when they address those issues. And one of the things I mentioned was that the CARES dollars, in terms of enforcing a public health emergency order or preventing the spread of COVID-19, I think is, I hope would be an allowable expense to be able to hire the folks that are needed to enforce those orders in that area, or to man the roads as security to help in keeping the numbers down in that area and across the nation. So I was hoping to just be able to provide a follow-up after that meeting today when that specific issue is discussed. But I also appreciate you thanking Mel Rodas. He is certainly a rock star, and I didn't get to talk about the tax and finance unit's work this quarter, but it's in the report on page 30 to 39. And I just want to thank my entire team for their tireless work and long hours and dedicated service to the nation, not just during the pandemic, but a lot of these folks are career attorneys and career staff with the department, and they just do an incredible job, and I couldn't do my job without them. That is certainly for sure. And Delegate Walker, yeah, there is certainly a theme here today with respect to jurisdictional issues, but also issues specific to the Hopi Partition land area. And, you know, the folks who have accommodation agreements, for example, that are living within the jurisdiction of the Hopi tribe certainly have some unique issues. And I like the way you identified it as a human rights issue. And I think that we should reach out to the Human Rights Office to see if there's anything from a human rights perspective that the office can assist with for folks in that area. And we are aware of the questions relating to, you know, which tribes' CARES dollars are going to help within these areas. And you know, the residents in these areas also reach out and have a good relationship with our Navajo Hopi Legal Services Office that represents not just the folks in the area, but relocatees in general in the HPL area. And so we respond through our Navajo Hopi Legal Services program to questions that were raised this last quarter about CARES Act funding, access for both water and housing improvements for folks in this area. And so we certainly provide advice and guidance and support to those folks as well. And we will, like I said earlier, continue to advocate and research and figure out how to hold ONER accountable for the federal government's responsibilities to all of these folks in this area. So thank you.
That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, point of privilege.
Thank you very much. Madam Attorney General, I really like the fact of the human rights issue. And I believe that's how the Hopi tribe utilized their case against the Navajo Nation during the 1934 case and the 1882 executive order case. And they have stood on human rights issue. And I believe Honorable Walker, what Mr. Honorable Walker is alluding to is something that we could strategize off of. The Navajo Nation, we had to use the human rights issue on the health and well-being of Navajo citizens that are affected in those affected land areas at the time of the land dispute when they needed water. You know, and you had one tribe telling another tribe no. So therefore, I believe that's something that we really have to look at and plan around and strategize around that for the citizens that live in, who choose to live in HPL on Hopi jurisdiction. And thank you.
With that, let me go back to Madam AG. There was a point of privilege question. I don't know if there's any clarity, want to advise on that or any thoughts?
Thank you, Speaker. So with respect to the issues raised for our Navajo relatives that are living within Hopi jurisdiction and, you know, strategizing on the issues from a human rights perspective, I think it would be a great idea to staff those issues with our Human Rights Commission that has the substantive expertise, and we certainly would participate in those conversations and welcome those conversations to see how we might be able to assist folks in those areas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, I have nobody else with reserved time, nobody else on the board. Any further comments, questions? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? For the board. Accept Madam Attorney General's report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Calum Get Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
What?
Hello, did you guys get my? Get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. And yes, Honorable Key Allen Begay, I did get your vote green. Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green, Chile.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Canesbaugh Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crowdy votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Eugenio votes green. No, this is Eugenio. I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green.
Go ahead.
Honorable Vince James.
She goes back around.
Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Eugene So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Eugene So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. 22 yeas, 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 22 in favor. 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Madam Attorney General, for being with us this morning and this afternoon.
Good. Yeah.
Oh. Let's continue on down, colleagues. Moving on down. The last oral
Question
report.
of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Actually, I had to go back to Vice Chair Smith too as well. Madam Chair, question of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I can ask your staff to develop all of the tribal consultations that are requested through the Dear Tribal Leaders Letter and see who's assigned to these consultations. Thank you, Speaker. They're very important. They set the tone, and it's a way for us as the governing body to be advocating for our people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The request, you write it down? We wrote that information down. Well, as soon as we work together, not only with the different agencies and particularly the executive branch, we can get that information, Madam Chair. So there'll be a memo going out to different departments asking for that, assisting in that report. So with that, let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, there was a request for a directive. I hope Office Legislative Council is able to work on something. They did? You guys got it? Okay, great. Well, let's go ahead and let's read that directive into the record. Staff.
Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, directive to the Department of Justice. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice is directed to research and provide an opinion on whether the Navajo Nation Police Department has jurisdiction to provide law enforcement services on allotted land within the Navajo Nation Reservation. The Department of Justice shall provide a written memorandum on this issue to the Navajo Nation Council within 30 days of this directive. Mr. Speaker.
Great. With that, Vice Chair Smith, are you good?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Yes, I am good on this directive language.
All right, with that, is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any comments, questions on this directive? If there's none, going once, going twice, and this is emailed out to everyone, going 3 times. To the board on the directive.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Yeah, Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable
Delegate
Eugenia
Brown votes
Charles
green.
Newton votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crowdy votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark
Green.
Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
This
Honorable
is
Elmer
Delegate
Begay.
Charlene So. I voted green, but my confirmation was restated as auto so.
Yes, Honorable Charlene, so I did count your green vote.
Okay, but maybe get my name right the next time. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Did you get my green? You did so.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays, and Speaker not voting.
That 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Speaker not voting on the directive. That, moving on down to, we have oral reports. The last one, item number D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. Is Miss Yvonne Key Billison, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, you and I don't know if the advisory council is ready, but you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Shinad Ani, Shidasan. Not for a hat. Isigo ahon shaho sad adeshli the Hashine Niagara Rock Bridge door Tristan Black Beach at Hadotsis. She Isis Ado Bakits Nido. Niagara and Tristan, are you both on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Yvonne.
Yes, I'm here, Shabija.
Please take it away. Please take it away.
Oh, ich hätte schon mal Yvonne, Ado, ja, and also Speaker of the House, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council, Shanat Anita, and also, ja, at any Hidini Dole, Asagi a Niagara Rock Bridge and She, Kia Ani and Schlen Ashkahatso Hobasis Chin, Nakadina Dasha for Haneta Talan Talagai aha will ye den ot ishake a konde beg about hodzun a den on a shot.
Yes, I Speaker Damon and Beshman Anna 24th Navajo Nation Council Yat Adon in the Senegi a Kia on in the Shle do to cheat me Bashish chain bitani dasha che. Dog is a son of the Chanel. It's a Hilly that na shot do. Tenan Jed the Shigando are the Kehashte. Ado Sehilly Hotako, but seal go to Nepo Ostka get the Inishka. The next college by Inishka. Ado the Nepo Kelche do Bina and Bohosh. And I represent the Youth Council as an at-large member. Yeah.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. My call was dropped. A Jakan Nashla, do Kodoj and Nibakahodzogi, a female representative, a Aja Shananish, a call. I would just like to give this opportunity to Shana Tristan Black to introduce himself as well. Shana.
When you drop, I introduce myself, so go ahead.
Okay. Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would like to provide a brief introduction to the second cohort of the 2020 to 2022 Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. From Eastern Agency, we have Isaiah Sosi and Katie Holtzoy. From Fort Defiance Agency, we have Byron James and DeGenero Mason. From Western Agency, we have a vacant position in the male, and a female position is Sarah Chatter. From Northern Agency, we have a vacant position in the male, and for the female position, we have Renaya Minigoats. For Central Agency, we have Mr. Tyler Town, and also myself, Niagara Rock Bridge. For at-large, we have Tristan Black and Brianna Segay. To address the vacancy positions that we have in both Northern and Western Agency, all of the three branches are working together to fill these two vacant positions for the male representatives at this time. Going forward, the work we have done thus far is we have, with the help of OPVP, legislative, and also judicial, we have conducted an introductory meeting where we were able to introduce ourselves as the selected members of the Navajo Nation Youth Council. We were also able to review the legislation CAP-26-17 and also all in NYAC responsibilities. Additionally, we were also able to go over the continuing resolution of the 25% budget, and where Yvonne from OPVP was able to review the performance measures that need to be met by this Youth Council by the first quarter and continuing forward. Additionally, we also met with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, where we were able to also introduce ourselves and where our report was voted green with the help of Yvonne Key-Billison as well. Additionally, we hope to meet with our 3-branch leadership soon. That way we are able to introduce ourselves to our leaders and also be able to get further understanding of the inner workings of the Navajo Nation government and be able to create those relationships in order to move forward. At this time, I will give it over to Shana Tristan. Go ahead.
Yeah, Shadeja. So as we move forward in the work that we're doing, we were able to sit in on the subcommittee meetings, and we want to hear more about the current issues happening on the Navajo Nation, even around us. We recently listened on a budget and finance committee meeting last week, and we were able to listen to the portal process and some of the monetary affairs within the nation itself. And so that was a good introductory into what's happening with our nation now and moving forward. How can the Youth Council be of assistance? And the second bullet that we have is is our future plans, what we're looking to do in the future. We will work on public safety messages for our youth, which will include a youth testimonial on youth suicide prevention, and also preparation for the winter season, making sure have the resources they need for the winter that's coming about, making sure they have a warm house and the wood that they need, and any other emergency planning that we can think of that we can help out as youth. So those are some of the things we look forward to in a public safety message. Adding to that, we will work on videos or virtual workshops after we have a strategic session. And those workshops can range either on Zoom, it can be Facebook Live. There's a whole bunch of platforms out there right now that students are using, and the capability of having that internet connection to watch these virtual sessions is something we want to work on and hope to have available pretty soon for everybody to view online. Stemming from that, we will continue to provide our strategy and focus areas within the Youth Council. We're just got introductory into the Youth Council this past month in September, mid-September. And so right now we have been having meetings about moving forward some of the documents, what the Youth Council is, and moving forward on what our focus areas will be. More so, our main goal is to help educate and share the voice of our peers on various topics within and around the Navajo Nation. And on the report, we also like to thank Danit Zinigi, Office of the President and Vice President, President Nez and Vice President Liza, along with their staff, Shabija Yvonne Key-Billison and Dr. James Davis as technical support. And on the legislative branch, we have Speaker Damon and Beshman Sa'ana, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all of our council delegates, and also the staff, Donovan Hanley. And on the judicial side, we have the Madam Chief Justice Jane, who was able to talk to us in our last meeting and give us encouragement and overview of what the branch is, along with the Speaker Damon and her staff, Raquel Chi. And as we continue down the report, you can see we just want to extend appreciation for your continuous support and guidance. And we look forward to learning and working along our governmental leaders. And some of the things that we talk about in the Youth Council is leadership and public service, helping our young people all across Navajo Nation, even off the reservation. There's some students that are living in Phoenix, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque. How can we get them involved, engaged in the things that we're doing here on the nation? And we talk about that's what kind of the things that we were taught thus far in this meetings that we have as the Youth Council to promote that using our cultural values and other topics that we talk about. And lastly, I just want to leave with a teaching that we were always taught, which was that really speaks volume to where we as the Youth Council want to go, how we are still here, and we will be remaining here for future generations as Navajo people. Just want to really thank to honor the leaders, the staff for giving us this opportunity to talk with you. And if you have any questions, feedback, or input, please let us know, and that helps us build on our performance measures that we need to accomplish for the first quarter. And I'll pass it over. If you have any questions, yeah, Chicago. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion? Accept the report.
Motion.
Motion, Winika.
Second, Alona.
Honorable Winika, second by Honorable Paul Begay. With that, colleagues, I have one individual on the board, Honorable Keon Begay. Questions, comments?
Speaker, Doug Keelan. Yes, Ecuador, Mr. Sosnaki, Ms. Wilson, again, he had other Kodo, Shema, Kodo Youth Advisory, reporting Lagi, Adoption, Ash, Lit Oik, and Hidini, Netashaki, Army A, Dashaja. Koko, the Youth Advisory, Nimiki. I continue to ask for your support regarding the development of a Boys and Girls Club on the Navajo Nation. The Youth Advisory did support with a resolution when you guys came down to Mini Farms chapter. We continue to ask for your support in the different areas. And we need the support and the advocacy, such as the Youth Advisory, if not our youth. You indicated, Mr. Black, that how do we help them? But in terms of coming back to the Navajo Nation, we know that we have a vast area of land, Navajo Nation. As far as natural resource. So what I'm trying to point out is Kenya, agriculture, but not in Michigan. But that is decade age. So I've been asking the local schools in my area, the high school, the public school, and the community school, and even the newly, I believe that one of you was there over at Chinle, NTU board members, that to be able to have seat with the director of the agriculture class. Let's put the mindset to go into specifically with farming, the traditional, the ranching, equine, and however. So Ecuador, we need your support in establishing a lot of these programs on the Navajo Nation with the support by the Navajo Nation government in appropriating a certain amount of funding for these programs. And then encourage the local schools, the BIA school, the public schools, and the community school to have a lot of these vocational classes, FFA, the Dalieta 4-H, the welding, wood shop, and so on. I think advocacy to these administrators, to the school board, to say in the Navajo Nation, the basis and hands-on, you are letting the that would be a real good recommendation and an advocacy coming out of the Youth Advisory Council. So I support in that effort in any other way, but I'm not directing or telling you what to say or what to do. But I know our young kids, we always said, we do say that you are an hitahanto tas, but no yati takes out. So I'm talking about a child that's now ready to go into Head Start and up to high school and then into junior college and colleges. So you Shiba Hatot ended added Kodo Opanan his Kato listed and he didn't need on the store. Be blessed and then be safe out there. Continue your advocacy, continue your work. So I appreciate your help. Your report, Speaker and the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. With that, we move on down. Honorable Otto So. Then I'll go over to Honorable Wilson Stewart, and then I'll come back to Youth Advisory Council. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bilson for representing the Youth Advisory Council and working with them. Not on the Youth Advisory Council. I did never came up a card or had so they none he is neto when you have shit and he got na it echo when you had that I really would like to just emphasize and indicate, appreciate you being one of the many few of Navajo youth stepping forward to look at the leadership role model and the leadership role in your capacity as youth advisory. And you're just not an advisory to one branch. You are an advisory to the Navajo Nation government. And know that the office of president the other aspects of the government you really need to look at, the legislative branch and the judicial branch. Reach out to the Chief Justice, spend a couple of days with her. Reach out to the Speaker's office and spend time with the Speaker and the staff and the council delegates. The world don't revolve around one branch of government. This government is a three-branch government that has been put in place. I graduated high school not too long ago. I wish I knew what I know now. And I wish I knew this stuff when I graduated high school. Today's education at the high school level really doesn't prepare our Indian children for life. We just push them through the system to graduate them, to get them through and wait for the new students to come in. Things such as education, public safety, many other aspects of the Navajo Nation, the needs of the Navajo Nation. I have two boys. I always tell them, you have two feet, two legs, two arms. You can't say you can't. even nago what happen shit I call baby nache no I don't like it do road layat do see even ya hot the same thing I wish for my Navajo people action so what so iki han ko iki ko so da halle ne zo no we will change accordingly exchange الخطوك exchange exchange بس يego يلتقون ده نتحكي انت اجي يego اذا هوش يعني بنسكي سبت زي اكو هوت ايغو كو اكو اديت شنانت انو خنيجي كي نو خنيجي اديت مهيش يهنا تاهو يات قالت دخلت يدي تقولي أخويته باب الناس دخلت باب الناس لا نسوي نساكي سكي نهت آيات باب الناس نجوه تالي باهي الشيات كيو هايش النبيات أكو هوت أوبان سسكيس maybe I'm wrong but we want to groom our Navajo children to be better leaders for the future. لو الآغو كون هادا دولي دي بيش واس أني تليني كو هتابي حسيت أولي لنانت آنو خلني تلكيج كينو خلني باكين ستو ييغو أدلابك نوخكار إيه هتا حسيت أولي كيه.
Thank you. That. So let's move on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Speaker, put me in the queue.
Okay, Tila. Good afternoon, Tila Speaker, Aro and the colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Beshbans under the Niklinigi, Aro and the Kodosh, and Nala, I thought Miss Kibillison, Aro, I thought Tristan, Black Yacht, Nana, Aro Niagara, I thought Yacht, Kodo, ya, she's not Shinigit, Mr. Atoso, Honorable Atoso, put out ya, Benny Jahan, baby. That put out Benny Jahan, this law, Jodik, ya, virtual meetings, they Linigi, ya, Benny Hinan, a date, a call, so that unlaid, ya, the daily, don't push stand, the dawn, the Youth Advisory Council, chapters for Defiance Agency represent Ilinigito Aja is Seta. Akodi Gina ya Red Lake Chapter House. Ada on Kododi virtual meeting Yanas Kai. Aro Kodogi ya Sota. A canto Selkedan long ya participate da yila. Majigi ya educational assistance de Linigi Ebiniya. Ako Beltan Jona, could our virtual meeting on us Bansi Kaigi. Do Hashin Sogotoy Ad Con the Banatli Hinan Shadel Ya. You hear ya Kodo Hashin Sog ended up put out a Bohil the virtual meetings than Linigi, Ako put out ya. He cut off Jehoshin, Jondo the chapters then, do put out ya. Officials than Linigi Bay. Die could out a jail in quite our shin Jonah, but no shin Jonah, quite out a yadi quado Red Lake chapter then gita Hashki. Temporary employee law quite out a chapter officials, those staff you'll hold now during the last meeting last month, die could out at the deal next month, no. A quitza Aben that you put out at the sigli Gida. they're open to it, of officials dan Linigi, staff dan Linigi, hala quit on hinan, should that or hit it. As far as the health command center goes, put out she he cut off jet or late non, I've not been in hostage. I don't know that I thought there's just not one branch of government, though. There's three. I thought put out she he cut off call she shot in run door later, though. And so put out a yabin hostage or late. Though he had none, he reported flaggy. Quite a
Thank you, Honorable Wilson Stewart. With that, let me go to one more individual, Honorable Eugene So.
I'm right in that area somewhere. So, bear down with me. This. Oh. Hello. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I waste all my time trying to listen. There's a sound, it's the wind sound out there. It's all over the place for this. Only what he's doesn't say. That's what. So, we got a problem on the Navajo Nation. If you're going to leave, we need to get these, especially the younger generation, they're grown into it. It multiplies every day, 24/7. They're giving birth without knowing what it is. And then it's just multiplying without parenting.
Honorable Eugene So, we lost you. Honorable Eugene So, you there? Reserve his time at 4:40 or 4:04. That go back to Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. Any response, comments, questions?
Yes, Speaker, this is Niagara. Speaker, and also the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I'd first like to thank you for giving this time to the Youth Council for us to present to you. Secondly, to Shiyaj K. Allen, Honorable K. Allen Begay, I would like to express my support in the advocacy of agriculture classes, seeing that I was a part of an FFA group within the Pinyon chapter, and I do believe our youth would highly benefit off of these type of classes, hands-on activities. It also helps them engage in a lot of different things that we were taught with Joe.
Anybody still there?
I'm still here, Guapo.
Speaker, I'm here. This is Yvonne. I don't know if her call
Yes,
dropped again.
we're here.
Tristan, are you online?
Yeah, I'm still here. Just to follow off Shadeja, which she's going off until she gets back online. Thank you again, Mr. Shishnahash, Delegate Kealan Begay, for the comments of working with not only Boys and Girls Club, but to work with the Youth Advisory Council too, working with one another, and through that resolution too, and the advocacy for the youth, whether it be on the land, working hands-on activities, those virtual sessions. I think that will help a lot of young people out there. A lot of people are probably around harvest time right now, and so what are the next steps to that? How do you prepare the food? How do you take care of the dog afterwards, taking care of the livestock coming towards the winter seasons? I think that's where those virtual workshops will help some of our youth council members. They're working on the ranch on the weekends, and that'll probably be a good opportunity to showcase a video of a session of how to work the land, how to tend to the livestock, how to take care of the field afterwards, things like that. And going back to the schools, whether it be the BIA, BIE, and whether it be charter schools or Navajo Nation schools, working with not only middle school and high school, but how do we get to early childhood development for our younger kids and making sure that they have the resources they need growing up. We look at this youth council as a cornstalk of that growth and development for us. We're here as a second cohort. We're kind of like planting that seed for a lot of young people, and we're working our way up too. And going to Delegate Aldo So's response about leadership and working with not only the one branch, but also working with legislative, judicial, and Madam Chief Justice talked to us about peacemaking. And I think that'd be a good opportunity right now for a lot of young people to learn about what peacemaking is and to settle disputes through talking with one another and sitting down, having a conversation, whether it be virtual or whether it be through the phone. Those are good ways that we can have those development and trainings for us as a youth council. And going back to Delegate Wilson Stewart, the question too, and the response about, the support that we're getting at the chapter level. A lot of young people are applying for scholarships right now, or they already have had, and it'd be a good opportunity for them to attend those virtual sessions, attend the planning meeting, the chapter meeting, and to learn from the youth and also the chapter officials there. What are some areas that maybe the youth can help prioritize, or some of the things in the community that can be done, whether it be virtually or whether it be just by themselves as a youth, to be involved in community service at the chapter level. And we go on down to Delegate Eugene So, you kind of in and out, but just thank his comments and his responses too. So yeah.
Speaker, I'm back. So going back off of the comments that Shana said, Tristan Black, I'd like to address the comment by Delegate Otoso and his point about reaching out to the other two branches that are within the Navajo Nation government. We do understand that we are a part of a 3-branch government where we advise all branches of the government. And going forward, all I would request is that we pinpoint individuals within the branches, such as like in the judicial, we have Raquel Chi, who we are directly working with. And then also in OPVP, we have Yvonne. And then of recently, we were able to get from legislative Mr. Donovan Hanley involved. That way we're able to, meet with these people and have them be a part of what we're taking part of. And then also that we are aware of the different information that is out there, such as subcommittee meetings and things like that matter. That way we're able to keep up with each of the 3 branch governments and the information that they are providing at the time. And I appreciate the comments given by Mr. Ototso Shiaj for all the kind words that you spoke to us, and also to Delegate Wilson Stewart Shiaj, thank you for your comments as well. And I believe that is something that we can encourage as a youth council, seeing that we are trying to step into these leadership roles to encourage our youth to take part in their community governments in the chapter. As you know, we have this election many youth who are running for chapter offices, such as a grazing official or somebody who wants to serve as a vice president of their chapter. These are things that we're seeing. We're seeing that youth are on the rise and making the impact that they can try to make, and also voicing their opinion on a voice stance. And also talking about educational assistance, we're very big on scholarships. A lot of our Navajo youth are either outside of the Navajo Nation or they are going to school here within the Navajo Nation. But either way, we understand that our people and our kids need to have more access to scholarships, because as we know, majority of our youth go through a lot as they are in school, and then they also have full-time job positions as well. And they also take care of their masan and che, and they have livestock and things of that matter. So we also have to keep that in mind and at least help the best way that we can and advocate as a youth council to possibly, get more scholarships for our youth and some assistance, and then also reflecting back on having them be a part of the Navajo Nation government in the chapter levels, because majority of our youth do look toward the chapter levels for scholarships, and it would be nice to have them participate in some way or fashion. So that's all I have to say on that matter, and thank you to the Navajo Nation Council for your comments and then also sharing your concerns. With that, I turn it back over to you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, went on down, individual. Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for that, Chairwood Speaker, and the member of the Navajo Nation Council. Shimado, Ms. Bilson, Tilkedo, Kedo, Jacat, and Lenikido. Edo, Benat, Lenikido, Eliagi, the Youth Council. Yat Education Shady, Nastis Kapan, Sloan, Tozjin, Pashin, Sitnajin, the Shichi, Kashi, the Shinada, Yat Education, Dodesico. I don't remember that Horsland, the other Zoba, Hunizida. But Kagi Dashing, they don't make you Hashnet or the Aroyat Eto, Aro. Agot Winsendo, Agot Hagit Zasalico. Ahoid Agot, I Chinia that you can't, Lenida. Sit cage alone, and that you catch alone. A day at you. Ahoid no, Jota the Yat Esa, John Nico, but the house Agot, the Hunza to hold school, Cherry. I don't know that down, and I hot the Jade. I call Asagit Adi. Iya holdish diga teaching ya na hot iya ka hasan so ko iya diga ke iya os to isi to ego ta iya hi transnegi o yijo iya hot ade ya ne i la do ta ade holdish ko isin hi ba hono zido shinos in from your perspective as a young person, and Oshin Yuda doesn't do Oshin they has Kuisani they catch it then that's odd Ishin that's about that's better on the Sunday, she's about the Hanos in Shinko. So, other ADG, the hot Ayako. And now what is legal, not only that, I'll touch it, hot so. Even now, I'll say, if you ban a hard say, I'll change it to Kate and send the ban a hard or in that case, the other with our cargishing is even yet. But I don't need even yet to get here now. I'll change all after distant learning, then get a what as link or you and media they the orchard out cut then get the Winslow, just a what as they call Winslow, based in the law, hopper, this is a king. I did send out car. Oh, you got other that virtual learning and then also internet learning and a key in the Hatchini Hodo a dojo at the house asli think so would a person done aslido at the internet and then get dojo bandas mr even in a band how you call a bank condition had other issues. So, Chinese ban a hado that the old Ahagishi, easy in the eight. Isn't yet an unhit that little call, had it a bias hit over it about of the kissing, joke at the can have one out to aqua at the yata. And call the aunt the Archinese cut the beverage and how this legal. Elahit a dowry, she a dossy so should. So, Chinese and no, but that don't know. There's not what I've seen so. But it's not loud on the need up and now the kissing to what other eight, she bonnet, so she would actually to do what the Nenda, though he needed a report of sound that quite it to I see about one that doesn't legal. Other Yato Baptist and so snare and needed the Yata, the or she uses it at the Digoto, seniors are like at the next and he got not kitty. But not kiddo, per mind is out asking us how the equal to open nothing that kid the hardologist. Of that a quite has your baby yet here. Don't ask it that on Nitico. They can easily get disturbed. Now, then, without the idiot or aha, and call equal to get nestings and other games, the easy game done necessarily equal. Jay about 100 dosing, what a year. Hashit at the baby to yield to the yard 8 or this Johnson, the A, the Steniaco, Adam the Dahato, the education, the Yanatja, the Adam the Hata, what all seniors by your cutie, to don't know, because she got Ian the Hana Itzo, the Ashi, or Taje, a yard 8 or this, what I and me, Tilke, the G.
I'm a beginning, that's time.
And how do you go? Because you know. Yeah.
That we go back to Honorable Eugene Zoe. 4 minutes, 4 seconds.
Senior, put me in the queue. So that's all. So, question is there the adult order. Said that I when I thought it's all Diego. The number one problem on the Navajo Nation where leadership is really needed, we don't really magnify it, we don't really look at it because it starts with parenting. Me, I'm the first one in line. Even as a ship is a carbon not get this. It needs is all good parenting leads to good success of the younger generation going forward. Not on us positively. But now what we have out there on the reservation is negativity or cheese. We got a lot of problems. We got drugs. We got liquor. We got the crazy don't just cotton there now. It's ripened. Growing that there's cotton has been so it ripened all the negativeness. We have encouraged that as a parent. So we don't really talk to our kids no. We're not role model for our kids no more. Since we went into the boarding school, and our parents thought that we were learning the emotional, the spiritual, and the physical growth all grown in harmony. But we came back with only academic, how to read and how to count numbers, etc. Those are academic stuff. We can do that easy. The most problem that we're not looking at is our emotions. For example, a young man will stop growing, or a young lady can stop growing at 8 years old, and it will come back out if they're not emotionally parent. It will come back out when they're 20, 30, 40 years old, and he will display a childish attitude. All these things, and all this little child attitude comes back out because he never grew up, or she never grew up, or so we don't see this. I want, as you guys, younger guys, understand this for me, because I'm 68 years old, and I really wish I could change the whole reservation to more a negative way of life. That's what negative means. It's negative all, yeah. So a lot of things were mistranslated also, and some are still written in the college or Navajo universities. They've never been changed yet. So a lot of Shihon was interpreted. Some people just know a little bit of English. They interpret it to the people when they wrote it down. Those are some of the things you guys need to look at too. So this is the number one problem is parenting. If we keep going, we don't know what's going to happen. You can see it every day, all day long. You will see it. Your grandpa would always say, "This is your eye, this is your nose, your ears. Those are not decorations put on your face. Those decorations, they tell you. His eyes for you to look around. I don't when such a speech in me, all the hot so ever just this be has those three hot battles and on the aya hat in the hati teacherly. If you're not growing emotionally, physical, spiritually, your tongues don't say the wrong thing because so it is you need everything, you know, for it's positively so those are some of the things that really bothers me. So put that a number one priority. To be a leader, we have to get the people back in order, to lead them back into the right direction. It really bothers me. It hurts me. And I don't sleep right because of that. Because people don't listen to you no more. We used to listen to our elderlies. Even at the trading post. If they're elderly, you tie your shoes. You just don't look at him and walk away like these days. We can't say nothing to the younger generation no more as elderlies. We have to be certified to do some teaching, to talk with our own wisdom, with our own what we learned as we were growing up. Being time. Thank you. Thank you.
We're on down. Chairman Hinyo.
Shigala to the Speaker Damon. I understand 24th Navajo Nation Council. That's good to hear our Youth Advisory Council being represented here. Just want to encourage our youth to continue with their education. I'm sure you hear that a lot. But at the same time, get involved in your local government at the local level to make that change that we're always talking about. And at the same time, election season is coming up. It's so good to see a lot of young people running for offices at the chapter level and for school board, and encouraging these young people to continue moving forward and get new faces into these public offices. The election is just around the corner, and encourage the young people to vote in this year's election and to make that change. And don't let nobody take that vote away from you. With that, reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Youth Advisory Council.
Oh, Speaker Otto Nihibeshwan. I would like to first talk directly to Eugene So Shache for your comments and also about your concern on parenting. Ako Shinash Ingo Yadi Amato Ajed Dandlinigi they're still young though they're trying to learn how to do move through life and go about the things, and so they're trying to learn and also teach their kids at the same time. There's a lot of negative influences out there. Youth Council we're going to be talking more on that side where we're going to be able to at least incorporate some early childhood development strategies where we can work with parents and have them understand that some of our kids and our parents, they don't quite understand that the times have changed, and so parenting styles have changed over time. And so, but the core value of parenting, though, the way that I was taught was to listen to your elders, to amasana ache analata yakiko instance should that no akot ashiaho ako I understand that part of it, but we also have to understand that our children have electronics, they have internet and things like this that can also affect and get in the way of a parent parenting the way that they should. But going forward, we will, as a youth council, look at these different things with our youth council and be able to pinpoint more about what we want to go forward and address once we have a strategic session. Otto and moving down to Shiaj Elmer Begay, Delegate Begay, in his address to COVID-19 and how that has affected the youth. From a youth perspective, when I was out in the community and even on here on social media and things like that, a lot of our youth and talking with some of my family, they do voice their opinion on how hard it has been with this distant learning and virtual learning. Because what I have realized is that majority of our schools on the Navajo Nation and outside the Navajo Nation as well, they take different routes on how they do the virtual and distant learning. And so different schools have different ways of wanting to teach their children. I think it would be a great idea to at least have majority of schools have a collective idea of how they want to move forward and actually help our kids, rather than them calling in, the children just calling in and saying, I'm here, and then it's just kind of, you're on your own. We need to help our children, and we need to help them actually learn what it is that they need to learn, as like their math, their science, English, so on and such forth. I believe that's what will really help our kids during this time. And so that's where I would like to switch on over to Mr. Delegate Henio, Chairman. I would like to talk about his comments about to continue with our education, to get involved with our local government. And I really appreciate that. And being the youth that we are today, we are faced with also, I'm in college as well, but we are also faced with a lot of different things as youth, and continuing our education, especially during this pandemic, has been difficult on us, but we have continued to move forward and wanting to make that positive impact on our future generations to come, and also our generation as well. And we will always stress to our youth and then also to our youth council to get involved with their local government, because that's where majority of the issues within our governments and agencies that we represent are voiced. And I believe that's where we will be able to pinpoint what it is that we would like to talk about, but also keep an open mind and understanding about the different topics that can arise throughout our time within this youth council. Tristan Black, go ahead.
Okay, Shadeja. Just to add on that too, talking with Shache, Eugene So, that's a really good topic to talk about, as parenting. And one of the things that we talk about as young people is now that we're going into starting off our education and now that we're going into the real world and experiencing a lot of things, we're going into that phase too of some of our peers, our colleagues, students that we see in the classroom. They're becoming parents and they don't have the resources that they need sometimes, or they may be looking for those resources. Where do I go? Who do I contact? And that's where I think the Youth Council, and not only the Youth Council, but some of our programs and services out there for the nation can be of assistance and help guide some of these young parents. And I was taught the same way too, coming back from, Shichedo, Shamasana, is that we hear a lot of that teachings out there. And a lot of our young men are missing that chashkeje, that discipline teaching, that going back to tchache, what are those teachings and how do we stem those and give that to a young man into being a young parent, a young father? And also on the same side, for the female side, there's a lot of teachings behind the kinasta, and for her, from a growth to a young woman all the way up to a lady. Those teachings, I think that's what we can really stem and be rooted from as far as parenting goes. And it will be a great way for us to experience that for ourselves too. Pretty soon we'll be in those shoes and we'll be able to, use those teachings and teach it to our siblings, our kids, and down the line, down to the future. And talking with Delegate Elmer Begay's, the thoughts about what's going on right now with the pandemic. A lot of kids are out there are doing, virtual learning. And one of the biggest obstacles that they're having is, of course, is internet and just getting assignments in on time and working with their faculty. But also, we're seeing a lot of parents, grandparents, and guardians step up and being helpful as teachers themselves. I'm not in the classroom where I can have a Navajo language teacher, but I'm fortunate enough to have Shichedo, Shamasana as teachers at home now. So I think there's a lot of elders out there that are starting to be engaged by our students, asking questions. What does this mean? How do I say this in Navajo, And they're starting to enjoy that and they like that. And we want to encourage that more and more and build off of that and to get out of this together collectively. And going back to Delegate Henyo's comment about really important, we're just about 13 days away from election time, and encouraging our people to send in their ballots, to vote, and also to do it safely. And we want to put out, a similar message that wearing your mask, making sure you are socially distanced when you're voting, those kind of things I think people would want to hear from our young leaders, and to showcase that we are voting and you should too, and encourage one another to vote. And even to take, maybe grandma and grandpa, they don't get to see, the YouTube, or they don't get to see online information. So I think that'd be a good opportunity for a lot of young people to show grandma and grandpa a YouTube video, or show them what's happening on social media. And that will be good communication between a Chedo and Masana. And being involved at the local level is really important, especially now being involved at the chapter level. And I think that's something we can work on in our strategic session for us as a youth council, whether we are in, Eastern Agency, Central Agency, all the way down to Northern Agency. We want to get those agencies with youth, even other youth councils that are out there now. There's probably youth councils that are not sure what to do, Maybe they want to organize something at their local chapter, but doing it safely, virtually perhaps. That way it keeps them safe. And so that's what I would like to say as far as the response. And just thank you for your suggestions, your feedback, and because this really helps us as a youth council, where we need to prioritize and where we need to work on, and working with our best sponsor. Yeah.
Thank you. that, I don't have anybody else in queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Oh, there's nobody in reserve time as well. I do have Honorable Eugene So. Are you back?
You already gave me the time,
I know.
Speaker.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're there. Okay, with that, colleagues, if there's no other comments, questions, you can go to the board. Accept nomination youth advisory council's report today. Went once, went twice, went 3 times. Go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calum Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crowdy. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable
Delegate Amber
Canasba.
Kinsbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Vince James. Speaker, with the vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays and speaker not voting.
20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking on voting. That. Hold on, colleagues. Okay, colleagues, with that, the Navajo Nation Council, we're going to go into a recess for 30 minutes before we go down and go into our legislations for a couple of different reasons. One is that we're going to do a recognition for Honorable Eugene So. It's asking to do a recognition, so I'll honor that. Second, I have a request from Office of Legislative Services to update before we go into Navajo Nation Council session and continue down on legislations. So with that, colleagues, we are going into recess for 30 minutes. The time now is 2:56.
Can we make that 1 hour?
Come on. 1 hour?
Yes.
Colleagues, 30 minutes? Hour?
30 minutes.
1 hour, Speaker, please.
30 minutes.
1, 2, 3.
Hour. 30 minutes. Tomorrow. 1 hour. Let's come.
Okay, with that, I'm going in to recess for 1 hour. There it is, Madam Chair.
There.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, geez.
3 till 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Goodbye. Going home.
One hour recess.